Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, a little bit closer. Welcome. Sorry, I went over the timer there for a second. I sat down. I had like a few seconds left, and I realized, oof, I can't see out of these glasses. I should probably clean these glasses. Yeah, I went and did that, and I'm also keeping an eye on some of the technical things here. Real quick, I've made a change to my configuration to allow for B-frames again. I want to make sure everything's looking good. It says excellent there. So that's good. I think we're good right now. So welcome everybody. And let me get the main screen up here once I can see it for myself. Let's swap on over and see what we're looking at here. All right, get this going. Hello, my friends. Hello. Hope everyone's doing well. Today it is Saturday afternoon, and I'm ready to do some coding here and get some things done if we can. I did work a little bit on. There's some more things in the POM file I just need to get rid of that just were things I was testing that I just didn't need, like the green mail war file and stuff like that, and I had cargo coming down and things like that. So I just wanted to kind of clean some of that out because I didn't really need it at the moment. And I think I've got it working to where the migrations now are okay from the command line. So that is good. And yeah, and I also changed the README file. Actually, I should pull that right now. Well, I'm on a branch, so it's not gonna pull it down anyway. But yeah, I changed the README file so that it was a little more accurate about how to run the migrations for now, until I get the migrations running on their own. So that is good. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at the moment. So we're still trying to get the OAuth stuff working. And I was close to getting the update functionality in here. So we've got the client registry. I've changed all this around so that our code is a little bit less crazy pants. And see if I can find it now. So we want where am I at here? Where's my stuff at? Heck. We have this. BBC registered client repository, and then where is my X registered client repository? Did I close that at some point? That's weird. Did I just call it registered? What? Update registered client. Where the hell is my registered client? This one, right? Yeah, auth to client repository. Yeah, okay. Okay. I got the updates done. And we're doing that. And then we need the insert. Pulling in insert. Client. Params for the client. Rows is named parameter. Template.update or well create. No, I guess update is still the same thing. Oh, I gotta check to make sure though it's not one already taken, right? Oh, I already do that check beforehand. Date for insert. Yeah, so essentially, I don't even need the update here. I just need to do you say return update. Client, right? Because they both work exactly the same. And so then we say find by ID is what they do, right? Find by ID. And I guess, I mean, they're pulling the entire registered client back, which is not even, that's not efficient in any, by any stretch of imagination. So I'm just going to say, I'm just going to do, exists here. I'm just going to say public boolean exists. String ID, and I mean, essentially this will just be private static final string this by ID equal select count star from OAuth to client registry where ID equals whatever. Actually, I can just, that doesn't need to even need to be there. Just do that inside here. String SQL equals. Hey, Esk, welcome on in. How are you today? Black out star from OAuth do registry where ID is whatever. And then we just count is JDBC template query for objects equal integer class, and then XD in and return count greater than 0. All right, there we go. Okay, that's a lot more efficient from the database perspective, because why bring all that stuff back just to toss it away? Although, now I think about it, no, because register client is getting passed in as the save. So, yeah, that does make it more efficient. I was gonna say, because I do have to pass register client through, but I already have it coming into the save, so be good there. So if exists registered client that get ID, then update else insert, and that's it. Okay, have that in there. It does make it a bit more sane. Just to use it as, like, just have a Pojo there, just throw at it, and either the properties are set in the SQL or they're not, and you're done. Oh, you know what? No, I'm wrong here. I knew something was fishy. Different state. Different state. Yeah. That's better. That's better. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking I could use the same. It's not how that not how that works at all. One is an update, one is a so, yeah. Okay. My client ID, client mapper. Okay. We've registered a client repository. So in theory, Bring Security should just pick that up, pick that bean up, right? What else did I need to do as far as the configuration goes here? So I had to, so they're setting up they're immediately setting up a registered client, but they're setting it up, you know, for testing, because they're putting it in memory here. So I don't necessarily want that. I do want a UI that will set some of this stuff. I guess yeah. Authorization code refresh token. OIDC scopes. So there's different scopes that you give it. These look like they're defined out of the box. But how do you... Is there a need? I mean, I would like to have my own scopes, I guess, but this is the part that I'm trying to figure out here. So how do you, like, because you got like a client secret and a client ID and all that stuff. So how do you tell? The client secret to me seems like something that I'm supposed to issue to a client that's trying to register. And then they have to post back with it. But I mean, the same thing with like the redirect URI and the post logout redirect URI. Like these are things like this is what's throwing me for a loop, is that these are things that I feel like are supposed to be set at the server level. I don't know why. I don't know why this is here. Like a registered client repository for managing client. But how do you... Configuration model. Both authorization endpoint. Oh, you know what? Okay. I thought I had that down low, but put down a little bit lower. Okay. So authorization endpoint. Provides the ability to customize the OAuth to authorization endpoint. It defines extension points to let you customize the pre-processing, main processing, and post-processing logic. Authorization request converter. Consumer. Main processor. Okay. Application manager. Success and failure. Local host. Yeah. Device authorization endpoint. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Ask how are you? How have you been doing? I'm trying to sort of weave my way through figuring out how to implement an OAuth server that the mobile app and other clients can connect to. I'm trying to figure out exactly how this works. Are you just chilling? Cool. That's awesome. Verification, vacation, device. So why dedicated? Excuse me. Just processing logic for OAuth to device verification. So if but okay, verification endpoint configure. Introspection, verification. Metadata. None of this. Like, this documentation is telling you what, but not why. And it's really annoying right now. How to... implement an extension authorization grant type. Extension, its purpose is to implement extension authorization grant. Bring security all off to specific subdomain. It is an older doc, but authorization code grant. registration. What is it doing that? What's the 2.0 login? Hey. Service. But is that client role? This is not client's not really the one, right? Authorization server. The server issuing access tokens to the client after successfully authenticating the resource owner and obtaining authorization. Authorization code. Servlet. Okay. My authentication method. Client secret. So it seems like to me use to verify JSON web signature. Okay, configuration metadata. So I think authorization code, client credentials, password, and implicit. Authorization code obtained using authorization server as an intermediary between a client. Additional client authorization code clients issued an access token directly. Intermediate credentials are issued. Authorization server does not authenticate the client in some cases. Redirection right. Implicit grants for the responsiveness round trip. Protect resources. An access token is a string representing authorization issued to the client. The string is usually opaque to the client. Identifier, administration layer, and format, and refresh tokens. Okay, but Okay, client authentication method, basic post and none. So none is public client. SQL device used by a resource owner such as installed native application or web browser-based application, incapable of secure client authentication via any other means. Restricted access. Server, native. So, what I'm thinking. I'm thinking. The registration ID is kind of an internal ID. Client ID and the client secret are something that I generate on the server, and the client has to provide in order to access anything. Got scope. Redirect this. They client sends me to tell you we're redirected. Registration. Representation of authorized client. Oh yeah. Client provider. This is what I'm trying to. Auth 2.0. Login sample. Let's see, that's using Google as the authentication provider, which is not what I want to be the authentication provider. Let me see here. Spring. Go off to. Bring backend off to client of web apps and native apps. Okay. What was this, 3 years ago? Code and state. Recognize the sessions, creates a new class. Do client context filter. Class, but that's Authorization requests with apps that do not. It's not recommended to implement implicit grant flow in native apps because the flow cannot be protected by grant authorization code grant flow. Okay. There's X-Test, redirects user for authentication. Class type scope, client ID, redirect URI. Login, submit, consent. Redirects user to the earlier redirect URI with auth code as a param. Client request access token. There's an access token. Issues API call with access token to get the resource. Okay. There's a request. Oh, alright. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. Sure. Authorization code flow tends to be the most secure by default. Traditional server-side application. Yeah, okay. Client-side apps such as mobile apps is better to use authorization code with BKCE. That's fine. We can figure out how to do that. Information. Thank you. I've supported. Endpoint are rarely available. Next, we figure out. Oh, sorry, Ask. I was embedded here. What was the first project that I ever did? First project I ever did. So, when I was learning how to code, the first project I ever did was like a little game in I think in QBasic back in the day. I was just doing like a little, I don't even remember what the game, I think it was just like a snake game kind of thing. Just to kind of learn the ropes of how to do things. So I did a little bit of that. And then I expanded a little bit more. I've talked about doing a binary diff thing in C. I wrote some code to do that, a program to do that so that I could look at my save game files. I could do a diff between save game files in games I played, and I could find out what changed and then manipulate it so that I could get, infinite money or whatever. So I did that. And then I really started looking at emulators. I've always been a big fan of software emulators and stuff, of hardware platforms. And I tried and failed a couple times at trying to write an NES emulator with whatever information I could figure out, whatever information was out on the internet. It never quite turned out right. Like, I had a ROM that I could read in, but I wasn't I wasn't getting things to come out on the screen properly for that. So I kind of, that was like an off and on thing I did. And then it was really after that I didn't do that much for personal projects. There was a lot of, by that point I was well through college. I had a college project, like I had to do a final project for a Java class I took in college, and that project I ended up making just a paint program, like an MS Paint thing, using the swing, canvas and all that stuff. And I had the crowning achievement for me for that was having a basically infinite undo and redo. So you could undo all of your operations all the way back to the beginning and then redo them all the way back to where you were. It just kind of saved them in a buffer in memory, which was kind of neat. And the paint program I made was pretty decently, had some pretty decent features in it. I kind of went all out with it. Got a good mark on it as well. And then like my personal projects never really, I was so busy with work that I never really had too many personal projects that I could get into. I dabbled a lot with just emulation stuff. Like I kept coming back to it and coming back to it and coming back to it. I looked at one of the other things I've wanted to do was to there's a good DOS game called Star Crusader, and you can't buy it anymore. It's pretty much abandoned. I think it's fully abandoned. And it runs great in DOSBox and all that stuff. But I've always wanted to sort of do almost like a remake of that. Like take what was there and kind of remaster it. Maybe use like AI upscaling and stuff to bring it from like the smaller resolution to a much higher resolution. And it was all, there was no hardware rendering. It was all software rendering for 3D. It was a 3D space shooter. So I, want to bring that forward, and there were like parts of it that I felt like, maybe I could redo some of the story, like kind of flesh out the lore a little bit more, have a little bit more variety of missions, and also the game itself had this kind of like a little bit of a strategic I don't know, strategy board area, I guess. It was not well fleshed out, and I would have liked to go in there and just kind of flesh that out more and actually make it less random. Because basically you could, as the game goes on, you become like, you get promoted, and you now have access to all, like, you can send off contingency missions and defense missions and who's going to be on garrison duty and all that stuff. Like you have other pilots and who's going to be doing pilot training, and then you can match up your pilots with what spaceships you want them to fly, and along the way you can capture your enemy spaceships and just start using them, for your own if you want to. So it had like that cool mechanic there, and it had like a overall war map that would kind of randomly change based on your path through the story. I don't know if it was random or if it was just kind of predetermined how it would look based on what branches and what paths you've gone down. But I would love to have a chance to go in there and just kind of like overhaul that and make it something even better. You know, make it like overhaul it and just kind of put more strategy into it, put more features into it. The story as was decent, but it was there was a lot of story beats that could have been that were kind of rushed. It felt kind of a little bit rushed. The mission types were very repetitive after a while, and there's, you know, it would have been nice to have different, you know, missions that took place on like different terrains, maybe even in the atmosphere of planets and things like that. So it would be nice if I could someday go back and just kind of make that something special. But that's a huge pipe dream because that takes a lot of specific talents that I don't have, like art and music and things like that. I mean, you know, with the way AI is going, maybe I could fudge some of that as just a developer, but a lot of that you just can't. You need someone who can do that stuff. And I thought, you know, one of the thoughts I had along the lines of that was that there is an open source project called Free Space 2 Open, and it's got a lot of community support and a lot of community mods and stuff, and that is written in, I think, C or C++. And I've always had the thought of, you know, maybe if I took that and converted that to Java or even, you know, something else like Rust or something like that, and I port it, could I then use that as the basis for, you know, this sort of remake remaster thing, and still have a test bed that I can just plug, you know, community stuff into and be able to test those, and if those work, then I know that, you know, the kind of thing that I want to do would likely work. So yeah, there's a lot of little things, but nothing earth shattering, I guess, in terms of that. What's going on over here? Is this not working? Oh, okay, it is working. It just looked like it lost its connection there. Anyway, make sure other things are still going too. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it. So, alright. I think we're still good. But yeah, I mean, that's the breakdown of things. Main components. Filter chain. Dynamic client registration. Okay. Necessary validations, persistence logic from both the token endpoint and the authorization endpoint. Moving on. Provided schema. Tables. Split all into schema. Yeah. Yeah. they've got the register client table. And then they've got the authorization table, which they weren't talking about before, which is what bothering me. This part was bothering me because I'm like, there's got to be a place to store the actual authorization. So this is the registration. This is where the clients are registered. I'm not sure why you would register. I guess you would say what scopes you need there, I guess. Yeah. I feel like you would ask for what scopes you need, not register the scope that you're going to take. That's the one thing that's throwing me off there. And OAuth2 authorization consent. Client ID, principal name, and authority. After past authentication, redirection, the authorization server should occur. Okay. Enter our credentials. There's up the consent page. We can skip this if we set the register client settings and make it optional. Let's submit the form. Okay. That building client app with simulate acquiring access token using Postman. Use the basic auth. The rest of your client's username and password. Generate authorization code from the earlier URL. Try to retrieve the articles from the resource server. Articles client. Try to retrieve the articles from the resource server. Okay. Spring security auth to authorization server dependency. Authorization service. All the schemas are in there. What are the dependency? So there's a... We have the register client repository, which I just did, and then there's the authorization service bean, and then the consent service. Station consent service and authorization service. That's what I'm missing, I feel like. Authorization servers. What did they call it? Auth to authorization server configuration. Apply default security. Authorization server configure. Okay, and then that's why they had the form login there, because it has to do, because it has to show the login page for the user to log in. Yeah, it shows the login form. And then, hey, Professor Stock. Create a live stream service. Yeah, no, it's I'm doing it really for fun. It's all open source. I'm just leaving it as an open source project. Because I don't. I had worked on an open source, a little bit on an open source streaming service that kind of came and went. And I decided after that, kind of hit the blocks to just kind of do it myself. Just for fun. And I'm just really, I'm in the early stages of trying to get like the logins and all that stuff squared away. And really, my goal is to just do the coding stuff. It's not going to necessarily look very pretty or, you know, anything like that. I'm not trying to be a one-man band or anything like that. Really, I'm just trying to just put the stuff out there, have it coded as well as I can code it, try to code it as though it's going to be a real thing, and then just see if anybody wants to, you know, with marketing shops, wants to just take it and run with it and do their own thing. That's kind of where I'm at with it. Because the business stuff is not something that A, interests me, or B, I'm any good at. So I just kind of, I'm trying to stick to what I am at least halfway decent at. And then, and also along the way, I'm learning things that I don't normally have to do during my day job. like I don't have to deal with, like, for instance, the OAuth stuff in my day job necessarily, or logins and things like that. And so I'm learning how to do that, and I'm learning other things I would never have to deal with, like processing video and stuff. My hope is to do like a WebRTC backend for the video ingest and stuff like that. So yeah, just trying to like figure it out as I go, learn some things, you know. It's a lot to consider and implement. Oh yeah, it is. It's nothing if not ambitious. It's nothing if not ambitious. But I mean, that's also why that's also why I'm doing it in Java, because I'm the most familiar with Java. So rather than like trying to learn a language while I'm doing it, I figured I'd stick to something I know. Ambitious is what gets us to where we're at, Thailand. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's going to be slow going. It's also kind of, it's nice to have to be able to stream coding. Like most of the stuff that I work on, I can't stream. Like I can't stream my day job because it's all closed source and proprietary and all that stuff. All right. So, but if I can, this here allows me to like not only do game streams, but also do like coding streams and have like creative streams where I can just kind of sit here and just, you know, do something else that I like doing. You know, I like playing games, but I also like writing code. So, you know, and so far it's, you know, I've had people drop by and just chill and listen to the background music and all that stuff. So yeah, that's good. Good stuff. Now, if I could only provider setting. Why is that a thing that's needed? Provider settings issuer. Already we've omitted some parts from the gist. Apply default security for simplicity. Custom one. Auth to authorization service. Authorization consent service. So there's like 2 other pieces here that I haven't even touched on. Which is what's really strange, because like there's authorization server configurer, but there's authorization server settings, which it reads. That's not apparently what it really wants. Oh boy. Like this is completely different from what the Spring documentation said to do. Which doesn't really surprise me that much. The Spring documentation, pretty terrible. Spring authorization server. Spring security OAuth 2 authorization server, which is what I'm bringing in, right? Bring security OAuth 2 authorization server. Should be down in here. OAuth 2 authorization server. Okay, so they do have a consent service and authorizations service. Here's the authorization schema and then the consent schema, which I didn't even see. Authorization consent. Authorization schema. What's the other schema that I grabbed? This is not the one I grabbed before. I'll have to... Was it from resource server? Or was it from core, maybe? No idea. Wait a minute, OAuth2 authorization. What was the name? I think I want to have OAuth2 client registry. So, did they say where that's at here? Oh, yeah, here it is. OAuth2 server authorization client. Register client schema. Okay, this is the one. So I got that schema. Okay. So we have these other ones here too. If using PostgreSQL, update all columns defined with blob to text. Not support the blob data type. It didn't say that with this other one, right? No, okay. Okay, so all the blobs become text, which is fine. And then consent schema. Okay. Grab that and add it to my migration script. I think first things first. Roll back one here. Okay, so I rolled back the OAuth2 API logins. Gonna add more to it. I want to do create table if not. Just for brevity there. Change set. 08 05 2023. What did I do there? Seven. 31. $23. 3,700. What the hell? How did this change that number get all messed up? What did I do there? 07/31 2023. 23. What did I do there? So no, it doesn't have to be this complicated. The number doesn't actually matter all that much. It just has to be unique. I'm just trying to make sure I made it unique. Wait. 7/31 2023. 2307. Okay. It's weird that changed. Okay, cool. Thanks for stopping by, Professor. I appreciate it. Have a good day. $2023. 1800s. Is equal that table if not this. Not exist. I'll have to authorization. And ID, client ID. Or not, no. Attributes text. Text. There. All that there. I'm wondering if it's worth. Is there any reason why I'd now that I'm thinking about it more, I'm like, is there really any value to me customizing this? customizing how it's going into the database, and just use the things that are out of the box. Maybe. I mean, it might be easier for me. It might be easier for me to test it if I do it this way. If I make my own relatively simple, straightforward implementation. I suppose. Yeah, I think I'll implement it myself. Do my own little custom thing. Because then I'll be able to change the database my way when I go to do the UI for it stuff. If I want to. No primary key. Yes. Rollback is drop table if exists auth to authorization. Alright, and then another one here. This one will be for instant schema. And that one's got a two-pronged primary key. Register client ID and the principal name. And then the authorities that are granted it. Okay. Okay. All right. So far so good here. Let's see. Look around here. Have that. So the rollback. Not able if this go off to authorization consent. Save that. And then if I do project clean, all right, and then run EV migrate. Blob doesn't exist. Oh, did I miss a blob here? Oh, I did. Next. All right. Project clean. The updated version of it out there. And run migrate. Successful. Run 2 more. Right, because this one and this one, it managed to run the one before there. So I should have all through client registry. Select all from. Oops, let's make this a little bit bigger for you guys. There you go. All off. Authorization. Select all from off authorization consent. Okay. Okay. That's good. Those are there and they're working. All right, so what else do we have? So I need to implement the DAOs. Which I imagine will look very much like the other ones. Close this out. Put on here. Line is longer than 200 characters. Oh. There you go. All right. So, client repository. Then what does this other one? Let's do client repository DAOs and then new class. All off. To authorization. Authorization DAOs, and then all auth to authorization service, I guess. Yeah. Save, remove, find my ID, find my token. Okay. I guessed correctly there. How's it? Alright. Private, static, final. Logger. Logger factory. Yes. There we go. Private, static, final, ring, columns. I wish there was an easy way. Get columns. Get just columns. Probably is. Column names. Table. All the columns of a specific table. Using information schema. Select column name from information schema columns. Where table schema is whatever. Table name is that. The I guess the schema would be public. Yeah, okay. So select all, select column name. From information schema information dot column. Where field schema equals public and table name equals off to authorization. There's something else there. Oh, it's a lowercase p for public. There we go. So much easier because now I can just say and highlight all of this and say copy as with a comma separator and quote identifiers. Copy. Should have been doing this a long time ago. And then paste. Boom. That saves so much typing. Holy criminy. Look at all that typing I saved. Alright, so that's good. And then I'll snarf this guy from here. Should still work. Change everything to camel case for me with underscore. That'll be good. And then we could have a need a Pojo with this. So where's my Pojo's at? We'll go class and we'll call it X authorization Pojo. I'll make it serializable. Cool. And then we'll see here, and for those in this way, then we just gotta figure out the types of all of them. I think they're all mostly so column name data type. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strings. Actually, even like the text things are strings too. So it looks like it's all strings and timestamp. Okay, that's good. Strings and timestamps I can do. Private string ID. String registered client ID. Full name. Actually, some of these might end up being enums or something, but or comma separated list. Oh, actually, no. I guess they'll end up being strings one way or the other because they're going to go into the database that way. So, yeah, like attributes and stuff. Well, actually, they'll be probably be JSON, but that's okay. Code value, private, date, authorization, code, issued, that. Java util date in. Fires at metadata. Value. At token metadata. Okay, winding our way through here. Oh, that's not a string, that would be date. Private date. ID token. Buyers. Yeah. String here. All right, let's go on up here. Okay, it seems like it's working there a little bit. Monitoring. I am restreaming to YouTube as usual, but I'm also testing out live space, and was testing it out last night. I was getting some like artifacting on the screen, but I've changed a setting, and I'm not getting artifacting, but it is randomly refreshing. It is randomly dropping a connection here. So I don't know if I've made it worse or made it better with what I've done. That's always the question there. So we'll see. Basically, I just I turned B frames back on. It looked like I was getting a problem where it was that would have been related to B frames. But I don't. We'll see how it goes. I have a feeling it's doing more problems there. Oh, you know what? I bet I know what's going on. I bet I know exactly what's going on. Let's turn auto off and do. We'll set it for 1080p. I have a feeling the auto is freaking out a little bit. Let's see how that works. And by that I mean not the signal that I'm sending, but what I'm seeing on Livespace's page there. So far so good. We'll see how that goes. What else we have here? Token values. Date. Push token issued at buyers at. Whoops. There you go. Refresh token. Metadata. Code value. Buyers at. Device code value. Private device code issued at. Buyers at and code metadata. Okay. Do source and generate getters and setters. Turn off the one for the versioning ID. Generate, and we have a Pojo with all that crap in it now. There you go. Be useful for me to just some sanity injected into the works. Find by ID, find by token. Lost to token type. It's registry. Save and remove an authorization. So this is where the user can. This would be the thing that I would expose on or partially expose on the user's applications settings page. This is where they could remove things that they previously gave authorization to, apps that they previously gave it authorization to. So there's that. So for kicks and giggles, let's see, new JWC. Authorization service. Okay, insert, select. Yeah, they've got a row mapper. Let's do authorization row mapper with the registered client repository. Really? Why does it need that? Oh, I see, because it's checking to make sure that that client actually exists. And then it's doing a builder with that registered client. I guess makes sense because that you would need that data in order to redirect the correct area. Token, refresh token value. Expires. Parameters mapper be relatively easy. In fact, I don't even need the parameters mapper. I don't think. Basically take all this stuff out of the authorization. Yeah, I just take all that stuff out of the authorization and just put it into the Pojo in the right spot, right? Use SQL parameter. I was just saying right map here. Right value is string, yeah, okay. Figured that was basic gist of it. All right, so I definitely need the parameters mapper. Or, I'm sorry, the row mapper. That'll give me the OAuth 2 authorization back. Okay. That's going to build up based on what it grabbed. All right, so I'll need all of this. I need to take a 2-minute break, my friends, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I am back. I think I forgot to tweet out that I was live. Let me check here. While I can. One moment, please, because my stream deck, stopped working in that regard. So I'm not able to like tweet that out. Let me see here. Just make sure I didn't do it and I didn't think about it. Oop, I definitely didn't. Alright. Alright. I get that out there right now. Alright, so get this going. Okay, how are we doing here? Alright, swap on over. And back to main, right? And good. We are here. Cool. Cool. Alright. So we're gonna basically take this a whole darned row mapper. Authorization. Yeah, that's basically what I did in the other one, right? Mapper here. Client mapper returned a registered client. Yeah, okay. Pretty much what I did there. So do the same thing. Grab that and we'll say new class X off to authorization mapper. And we want auth to authorization. Authorization. Mapper. blob value. Why are they doing that? Next club, column metadata, get data type. Get club as string. Blob or club. Okay. Hey, Sniper Fox, welcome. Blob handler. Don't think I need either of those. Get register client repository. I don't think I need that either. Rid of that. Am I using Arch? No, I'm using Kubuntu, which is Debian based. Yep. Oh. No, I've heard a lot of things about Arch. A lot of people are really hyped about Arch, but I've never actually used it. Remind me of Plasma. Well, it is KDE Plasma, so I do have that running. So yeah, a lot of people really into Arch. I've never really dug into it. Oh no problem. No problem whatsoever. But I do like KDE over GNOME, so I've been using KDE. And so far so good. I have it running on a Microsoft Surface Pro 8. And so far so good. As far as everything just kind of working. I occasionally have to fiddle with the like I'm mirroring the desktop, but sometimes I have to fiddle with that a little bit, but otherwise it's pretty good. You have LFS on your computer. So I see. Linux from scratch? Is that what it is? Build your own custom Linux system entirely from source code. Oh, interesting. It's painful setup. Yeah, I mean, you're building it from scratch, it sounds like. But you are getting exactly what you want out of it. Which is pretty good. I mean, I honestly think Linux has come a long way since the last time I used it. I'm almost to the point of, like, I can't necessarily make Linux my daily driver, but I'm really close to wanting to do it. It's not really worth the time you spend on it. Well, but I mean, it's still probably a good learning experience and stuff. If you want to really dig into it. Arch or Gen 2 is enough. Yeah, like I said, a lot of people have been recommending Arch, and I've just never looked into Arch. I've always used either Red Hat or Debian based systems. I never really looked at that, and I was looking at some distros out there. I was trying to find the ones like like for this purpose, like I just needed a work laptop essentially. So I don't need any, like, I wouldn't be playing any games or anything on this because it just doesn't have the hardware for that. But you know, for my gaming system, like right now I'm just Windows 10, and I'm like, have we made it to the point now where I could reasonably play most games on Linux yet, or are we still getting there? You know, that kind of thing. So Mint, yeah, Mint is another one that I've kind of perused. I never actually downloaded and used it. There's a couple that I was just kind of looking at. Where's the distro lot? Where we got here? Major just. Yeah, Mint is they usually have a ranking somewhere, right? Yeah, here it is. Last 6 months. So MX Linux is getting a lot of attention apparently. That's KDE. You can use Fluxbox, KDE, or XFCE on it. Stuff from RAM, Live Medium, Raspberry Pi. You can put that on your Raspberry Pi. That's interesting. That's based on Debian Stable, so that's probably pretty far behind. I think it's the most Microsoft-friendly distro. What Mint is? Yeah, it looks probably the most. Yeah, it looks the most like Microsoft. I think that's a lot of that has to do with Cinnamon. And I've wondered whether I should like take a look at the Cinnamon desktop. Because it looks pretty good. I mean, the KDE desktop's not terrible. It's much the same. It's just trying to get things into the menu. Has been like you kind of have to fuss with it a little bit to get to your applications into the menu sometimes. But I mean, it's about similar, I guess, in look and feel. Anyway, what am I working on? I'm working on a, so, I'm getting, let me turn that volume down just a little bit there. It seems like it's overpowering. I'm working on, setting up OAuth 2 authorizations, authentication, for a live streaming site that I'm kind of toying around, creating. Very early days right now, but it's basically working on the login stuff. I have like the normal like web login working, and now I'm trying to get some OAuth stuff in it so that I can slap together like a really early prototype of a mobile app, because I don't want to leave anything behind. So I'm like, I got the login stuff kind of working on the web-based login. I also want to make sure that like mobile is still moving along, and I've got APIs going, and this also opens up the category for APIs for third-party libraries to link to it and all that stuff. So I'm just kind of tooling around with this right now. I've never set it up before, so I'm trying to learn it as I go, and basically just kind of in the trenches there doing that stuff. I'm also trying to get the project into a state where I could start to allow contributors would actually have an easier time of contributing to it. Because it is all open source and it's out there, and right now building it is it has a few too many steps involved, and I'm trying to make it as turnkey as I can, so that anybody can just kind of jump in with a minimum of frustration and just be able to move forward with it. I just, like a couple weeks ago, introduced Docker into the mix so that the database automatically installs itself and all that. Guess you can't send message now. What message? Oh, there you go. Yeah, Kick is the Kick chat is funky. I've had the same problem where, like, you send them, like, especially it seems to especially target, like, if you have a long message and you go to send it and it just doesn't. It just kind of just disappears. I've had that happen a lot. Hopefully Kick can figure out what's going on with that. I assume that's been reported hundreds of times at this point, because I've heard a lot of people having that problem. So yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm working on. You know, I'm doing it for fun. I don't have any grand scheme or plans or anything like that. I'm just kind of doing what I can do. You know, I'm a code monkey, and I know how to do code, but I don't know how to do like business stuff or anything like that. So I'm just kind of like, I'll throw this out there, and if someone wants to run with it and do stuff with it, then great. You worked a very similar personal project a bit ago? Oh, really? Well, that's cool. I still haven't really dug into the back end of it with the with video, and like, I want to do WebRTC stuff, but I don't have, like, there's no good WebRTC thing necessarily for Java, so I kind of have to do it myself. So yeah, you know, that's another big thing. That's kind of why I have the comma maybe at the end of the title, because I'm like, that's kind of the biggest deal, is being able to actually stream video and audio to it, and I haven't really done much with it. I started working on like an RTMP ingest, and I've struggled with it because I don't have like a good way of testing it, like, piecemeal. So I've kind of tabled that for a little bit, and I kind of just want to maybe focus on the WebRTC stuff, since I think that's going to be the next big thing. Now it spams your messages. Yeah, I saw that. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah. I wish I knew. Like, I thought maybe it was a certain combination of words that was triggering it, but no, it just seems like it's a completely random occurrence that happens. Also, thank you for the follow. I saw that come through with Botrick. I appreciate it. So yeah, you know, just chilling. I like to normally I stream video games, but lately I've been wanting to stream more like coding and stuff. I kind of enjoy just sitting here writing some code and having some background music and all that stuff. There's a framework for streaming over Tor or similar networks. Oh, cool. Cool. So it was like, do you probably... Because, like, that is sort of ripe for the WebRTC stuff, right? Because you can basically do peer-to-peer peer-to-peer streaming with the WebRTC things going on now. From what I've gathered, I don't know how. I assume it's feasible, but I don't know how exactly that all fits together yet. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it. But that sounds like it would be ripe for that kind of thing too. You know, you just do like peer-to-peer streaming. Or at least, I guess. I mean, even if you went a more traditional route, like if you did like a Discord over Tor kind of thing, where you're sending, or what is it? Yeah, like Discord, I guess, like with video, or like a Telegram or something like that with video and audio, and kind of just having it go over the Tor network instead of regular HTML and stuff. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being a really neat project. Modified for Tor, but I guess you can change it to stream on IGP. Yeah, probably. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's really cool. I like the idea. I unfortunately had to go the more traditional / ambitious route, I guess, of just kind of having big burly server based nonsense. Discord over Tor is kind of too complicated. Now, see, is that just because of the... You can't get over at least a 1 minute... Oh, okay. Okay. I figured A, there'd be a lot of delay. But B, is the encryption also something that kind of throws us for a loop? Because you have to decrypt... You have to encrypt and decrypt everything, right? Over it. It's not like HTTPS where you can just kind of, it's ubiquitous enough that you don't have to worry about it. It happens down at the network layer, right? You kind of have to do your own encryption, right? Maybe I don't know. I've never actually dug too deeply into Tor. I know basically what it is, but it's been a while. I mean, it's essentially peer-to-peer web browsing, but it's a little bit more. It's definitely more complicated than that. With the routing and stuff, because other nodes are acting as routers and message routing, and then you get to your final exit node, which actually goes out to the web. 80% sure if you set your own relays, you can get 20-second delay at max. Which, given like something like Twitch, 20 seconds is probably about normal there. If you set your own relays, yeah. I mean, you're working with both geographic location, right, of the relays, and also what kind of hardware the relays are running on. Because I imagine the Tor relays aren't necessarily running on beefy hardware, and they're probably not in the greatest internet locations either. You know, where there's a good hub of a good internet connection. Most people don't care about privacy that much. I think to an extent that's true. I think most people care about, I think they care about privacy. I think they just don't care to jump through hoops to get privacy. You know what I mean? Like if you ask a user to click 3 buttons as opposed to 1 button, they're going to click the 1 button. They're going to want to go with the 1 button all the way, you know? So it's, and also, you know, performance comes down to it too. So it's like, well, performance comes down to it, you know, if it's slow, they're not going to like it. But also, it comes down to like what all their friends are using too, you know? If you're chatting on Discord, you may not necessarily like Discord too much, but if all of your friends are on Discord, that's likely the app you're going to use, you know? Whereas if you are trying to chat over Tor, presumably other users have to be running an app that can process that on the other side, you know? And I think that's the one thing, if I were to predict the one thing that would cause a new sort of, I don't know if it'd be a revolution, but a new kind of wave of companies starting up, it would be if there was a common protocol that everyone would just kind of decide on, you know, sort of like almost like an XMPP kind of protocol, like from back in the day. And if everybody just kind of decided on that protocol, and then it just came down to you use whatever application you want to use with whatever features you want, and then you're just competing on features at that point. That would be interesting. That might cause a new revolution on things. Funding going to the NSA, I'm not sure privacy is going to be a thing in the next 5 years. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. I mean, we already know that they can crack a lot of stuff already. More than we even probably think. So, you know, the privacy race has kind of been lost at some point. At least AES is still safe. Well, yeah, probably. Maybe. There's a potential that they've already found collisions that they're utilizing in AES and just have never divulged them. You know, and using them to kind of get into things. I am more, until quantum computers become a modern standard. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see what quantum computers actually end up doing. Because there was a point there where I was really worried. I was like, man, if we go to quantum computing, then we're unlikely to have a binary based system anymore, which means all of my knowledge is kaput at that point, and I'd have to start over from scratch, right? Because at that point, it's all based on the spins of electrons, right? So you don't have to be base 2 anymore. With voltages, you can be base 100 if you want it to be. Depending on how sensitive your equipment is, how sensitive the hardware is. Time to learn qubits. Yeah, I know, exactly. And that kind of blows my mind, because I'm like, what are they gonna, like, everything we know is kind of based on this sort of binary logic, true or false. So what happens there? Do we just overlay that on top of the quantum computing stuff so that everyone can keep on trucking? Or do we end up with something super complicated, you know? And if I know technologists, we're probably going to end up with something super complicated that even I can't wrap my brain around. It has something to do with, because it's probably going to be in the realm of the mathematicians at first, and they're going to come up with some crazy cockamamie language that, you have to write derivatives and discrete math in order to write all of your software programs, just to get there. We're going to be boomers, just like the time binary computing introduced to today's boomers. Probably. Yeah. Hey, ask. Yeah, probably. It's gonna be interesting and weird. I don't know how they're going to do it. Yeah, I am 42. I will be 43 the end of this year. So yeah, I've been around the block a bit. I don't know that quantum computers are going to happen within the revolution is going to happen within the next 20 years, so I might be able to retire before it. But who knows? What other platforms? I'm streaming on, so the primary platform I'm streaming on is Kick. I'm also restreaming to a new site called Livespace. I'm kind of testing it out to see what it's like over there. But I'm only restreaming my coding sessions to Livespace right now. I'm not restreaming gaming over there yet. Just kind of giving that a little test, see how it goes. Yeah, so I'm just doing Kick, Livespace, and YouTube. YouTube I always restream to, just because the VODs are a lot easier to find, and they go into a playlists and everything else. It's so much easier. Yeah. EU and NA users. This is gaming where EU users could play with each other and both users can have very low latency. Gaming platforms. Yeah, it's I don't know what kind of effect I don't know what kind of effect quantum computing will have on games. I think the immediate effect would be everything would be a lot smaller. Like, you wouldn't need to have like a 300 gig game anymore, right? because you could probably compress everything super small. Now, that also depends on what storage looks like in quantum computing, because you got qubits, and that doesn't really jive with our current storage methods, where everything's either on or off. So I got no idea how that's going to happen, but I could see it. I could see there being algorithms that are, quantum computer algorithms, compression algorithms that make those games like not only compress really small, but decompress on the fly live without having to have them decompressed, before you run them, before you launch them. Like, I could see stuff like that. I could see that even being something where, like, helping with even like remote gaming, where you're gaming in the cloud, and it's compressing the packets down to a point where you could get it's almost like you're sitting there in front of the console kind of thing. Yeah. Double slit experiment will be able to simulate two things at the same time in different scenarios. Yeah, I think I mean, we're already making some pretty interesting strides in AI. And I think that's probably the first thing we'll see is not so much like emergent behavior or anything like that, but more of like AI bolstered visuals and audio and things like that. And like I could see that being something where maybe AI is used to translate on the fly a game. So you make your game in English, and someone wants to experience the game in German, and rather than hiring a translator and also packaging all that translated stuff up, all the translated text and everything up with your game, maybe your game would translate on the fly from English to German and be fast enough to be able to do that, and still be able to do all the other stuff, writing, making the graphics and doing the audio and the music and all that stuff. I could see something like that. I could see it enhancing your game based on your hardware. So if you were playing, so right now, game devs have to port things to like the Xbox One S or to the Nintendo Switch, which have very different hardware limitations. I could see a cross compiler that was AI driven that would allow developers to basically write their code once and have it run at the maximum speed it can run on whatever hardware you could throw at it. That would be something special. So, do I enjoy competitive math? Oh, I am not good at math. Not at all. No, I am terrible at math. The only math I've ever been able to even be reasonably good at is some basic algebra and some linear algebra with matrices and stuff, which I haven't done in so long that I'd have to look them up in a textbook to remember how to do it, like the cross product and all that stuff. But anything more advanced than that, like I flunked calculus. Like it was bad. I could not figure that out. And then discrete math, I'm pretty sure the entire class did not understand discrete math, and they just kind of curved us all so that we would all pass. I don't think anyone in there truly understood that. I have a very love-hate relationship with it. What about lambda calculus? Oh yeah, no. No. Not even a little bit. Calculus was not my forte at all. Trying to do derivatives and all that stuff, for whatever reason, I just could not fathom it. And I don't know why that is. You would think it would be like algebra is all like calculus is there to derive the algebraic formula. Do you think because I understood algebra, I could grasp the calculus, but not even a little bit? You think anyone could be good at math with good study patterns? I don't think it's... So, it's not... For me, it wasn't study pattern. Because I was always slow anyway. With everything. But what I needed, like I would try to pay attention as much as I could in class and just kind of go with that and just kind of do repetition as much as I could and try to learn it through repetition. But there were some topics where what I really needed was someone to just sit down and like force it into my skull, you know? Like when I was very young, I struggled with like spelling and math. And, you know, my mom used to sit for hours with me at the dinner table, going over flashcards and trying to get me to spell things. And it was through that like sheer persistence that I was able to finally kind of grasp it. That and like phonics, like, you know, how to pronounce things and how to sentence diagram and all that stuff. Like all that stuff I just struggled with. And it was just through sheer persistence and just having someone there who was not going to let me say I'm done for the night, you know, who was going to just kind of force me to do it, that I was able to sort of grasp some of that stuff, at least the very basic concept. I just didn't have that with calculus. It was just like I had the textbook and I had a professor who thought they were teaching well, but they just weren't. And they probably were. They probably were a very good professor. I just couldn't learn from them. You know, sometimes you just get a professor who you just can't learn from. They're just not speaking in a language that resonates in your brain, you know? And that's a shame because it's probably something, if I had someone who was really good, who was really patient and could really hold my feet to the fire, I could probably learn it. But it was, at the end of the day, I didn't need it, thankfully. And you're asking, do you need to be good at math to get a CS degree? No. You don't have to be. You do a lot of colleges will require you to do some math. Like I was required to take, for some reason, physics 1 and 2, and I was required to take calculus 1 and 2, and I was required to take a linear algebra, which I loved. Actually, I actually loved the linear algebra. I could do that. In fact, I was so good at that, the professor's like, you don't even have to take the final. You're already over 100%. You don't need to take the final, so you're dismissed from that. I was like, oh, that's cool. And it really depends on, I think most colleges will probably throw some calculus and some higher order math at you. I mean, we also were required to take discrete math, which to this day, I the only thing I got out of it was P equals NP. And that's it. and the notion that if P ever did actually equal NP, basically there would be no security left in the world, because we'd be able to crack any encryption in, you know, normal time, which I think was the whole plot of Silicon Valley, if I'm not mistaken, that TV series. But yeah, there was that. So you never want those two things to ever actually be equal. But beyond that, yeah, it really depends on what you're trying to, what field you're ultimately trying to get into. Like if you try to go more of a scientific field, you're probably going to need math. If you're trying to get into something like, even something like imaging, like imaging systems and or artificial intelligence or something like that, you definitely need math. I did a little bit in artificial intelligence, and I struggled. I couldn't really, like, I didn't do anything professionally, but in college I took a course on artificial intelligence, and I didn't really grasp it because it was a lot of math. But for like normal business things, like for instance, I worked on insurance software when I first graduated from college, and on the surface there should be a lot of math there, but in reality there are actuaries and stuff who are mathematicians themselves, who basically just do all the algebra, and they just give you the formula, and they just say, make this formula happen under these conditions, and boom, you're done, right? And then they come back and they check that you're getting the right numbers, and that's that. So you know, unless you're like a lead researcher or something like that, you're probably good. Data science, AI stuff, yeah, exactly. My weak part was always communication. I can't even make proper eye contact. I'm with you there, Sniper. I also don't make eye contact with people. It's a thing that it's just a thing. You know. It hasn't, I can't say that it hasn't stopped me. You know, it hasn't been like a hindrance for anything that I've done. Because I think people understand that I'm listening and I'm paying attention, even though I'm not looking at them. But if I had to do something that was required more charisma, like talking at a board meeting or something like that, you know, trying to pitch to investors, I would probably fail because of just not having that personable side of things, unless you know, if I were doing it alone. If someone else were there to pick up all that slack, then it probably wouldn't be quite so bad. But yeah, yes, I did graduate with a bachelor's in computer science. Yep. You want to do more programming, like front end? That's fine. But let me put it to you this way, Ask. It never hurts to have, it never hurts to be a generalist, right? You may really enjoy front end stuff, and by all means, go pursue the front end stuff. There's plenty of jobs out there for front end developers. But don't limit yourself to it. Like if you, it doesn't hurt to learn some back end stuff, right? Because you never know when some of that general knowledge will help you to land a job you wouldn't otherwise qualify for, you know? Like I'm considered a full stack developer, which means I do front end and I do back end and all that stuff. I don't particularly do front end well. I do it enough that I can get something working and then have someone who has an eye for that take over and make it pretty and all that stuff. But having that range of knowledge allows me to kind of just go into any meeting, go into any interview, and just be like, all right, what are you guys looking for? What are you trying to do? You know, what's, you know, asking the right questions, talking the right talk. You know, and I'm at a point where I don't worry about not being able to find a job. Right? Which is a very, very good point to be at. Right? It's like, I have a great job right now, and I want to keep the job as long as I can because I love it. But if, you know, if worse comes to worse and I have to get a job, I'm not as concerned. Because I kind of pretty much go anywhere. There's always someone looking for some kind of generalist, you know. But that's right. You know, that doesn't mean one day I won't decide, oh, I'm just gonna do databases. You know, I've always joked that my retirement grease will be, you know, I'll just be a DBA. You know, the 3 years before I retire, I'll just do DBA work and then retire. You know, hang up the programming spurs. But you know, you can do pretty much anything. And a lot of the guys that I worked with, I had my first job, you know, I sat in, like, my first job was probably the best experience I've ever had in terms of, like, breadth of experience. There were other parts of it that weren't so great, but there, you know, as part of, like, breadth of experience, like, I worked for a company that was just, you know, I got hired when there was only 20 people in the company and they were working out of a house. And 5 years later, I was with them and they were, you know, 400 people strong in a, you know, proper office building. And I had gone from being just a junior developer to all the way up to architect at that point. And it was, you know, you got to wear a lot of different hats along the way. And it was a very eye-opening experience because you got to see, like, oh, I'm sitting in on you know, client meetings. I'm sitting in on interviews. I'm interviewing candidates, and you know, I have some responsibility over them. I'm mentoring people coming in and all that stuff. And it was a lot of stuff, and it was really good, really good experience. And I think the best thing I did there, though, we were doing insurance software. A lot of people I worked with there stayed in insurance. They just stayed, they went to another insurance software company and just kept going through the insurance stuff. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the best thing I ever did was say, you know what? I'm going to go to a different industry. I went from insurance to e-commerce. And what it kind of did was it opened up my eyes to the fact that everybody has the same problems, but they have different constraints around how to solve them, you know? And I think that's the fun part of it, was like, hey, I've solved this problem before, but now I'm under different constraints and I need to find a different way of solving this problem that I solved before, you know? And so, you know, where a lot of guys were afraid that, oh, if I leave the insurance industry, I'm not going to know how to do anything. I was like, yeah, screw it, I'll figure it out, right? And yeah, you do. You just figure it out. You figure out what you need to know, and you just roll with it as you go. And it's been really good that way. Like, I've bounced around to a couple different industries, and it's just like you get, you know, you're working with much the same tools, but you're getting vastly different experience with those tools, and that's the really cool part, I think, with all that. Also can't decide between CS, math, or physics. Well, Sniper, since you like math, you would probably want to go the math route. Physics was interesting, and I don't regret having had to take physics, but it's really dependent on your professor. Like, my Physics 1 professor had a freaking boner for calculus. Like, he was like, you can't just use formulas out of the book. You've got to derive those formulas and then use them. I'm like, why? Right? But then I went to Physics 2, and my Physics 2 professor was like, hey, you know what? Every test is an open book test, because you're going to need those formulas out of the book. Like, if you ever do physics for real, you're going to have the formulas in front of you. You're going to have the algebra. You're not going to be re-deriving things. You're going to be using the formulas that have already been derived. So guess what? You get to use all the formulas that have been derived, but the tests are still going to be hard, because you got to figure out what formulas to use, you know? And that was a lot more, and my Physics 2 professor was a lot more down to earth, and I enjoyed that more, because he was like, no nonsense, and like, you know, we're just gonna, you know, use the damn textbook. He'd yell at us, like, you know, people would be taking a test, and he'd be like, why don't you have your textbook open? Use your damn textbook. You know, it's a resource, you know. So yeah, I mean, that's my opinion on it. But it really depends. It really depends. Like, if you're thinking of, like, after college, going into like a more scientific role, scientific computing and stuff like that, data analysis and everything. Especially if you're going to do like data analysis, then you probably want the math side of things. But if you're, well, I guess it's hard to tell, because it depends on what kind of data you're analyzing. If you're analyzing rockets or stellar objects, then probably you want physics. It's a hard one. It's a hard one. Your goal is staying at school and being a researcher. Then I would say you can't go wrong with physics. In that case, I mean, math is always useful, but it's not necessarily useful for computing. You know, whereas if you're going to be researching like physical world and stuff like that, that's probably more, you're probably getting more out of that than you are just pure math at that point. Because pure math without an application is kind of useless. You'll lose a lot of it. But if you have a reason to apply that math, and good reason to apply that math, you'll probably retain it better, is my thought process there. Like even if you were doing chemistry and stuff, like I would say, you know, do chemistry, like learn chemistry and then, or biology or something like that, as opposed to just the math behind it. You know, you could do pure math and chemistry, but without knowing why you're doing the math, it's kind of the harder road to take, I feel like. String theory attracts you up. Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard one. It really comes down to like what you're feeling. Like I said, I kind of lean more towards the application of the knowledge versus the acquisition of it. And I don't know how much application of knowledge a pure math course gives you versus whatever field of study kind of gives you the warm and fuzzies, you know? Or QFT, more theoretical models, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's really, it's a hard one. I can't really answer that one for you. It's kind of whatever you feel is, I would say bottom line, if you're going to be more engaged with a pure math curriculum, then do that. At least for your bachelor's. Then if you want to stay and do like a master's or even a doctorate, then I would say move away from math and go to try out some more specialized things, you know? But for like a purely bachelor degree thing, you know, and you say you want to stay at school and be a researcher, you'll be a researcher at a school. So it probably serves you to, you know, have some of that, have that math there. If you were leaving, like if you were intending to come out of school and go into, you know, a corporate job, then I would say math is less desirable at that point. You want something a little bit more hands-on, a little bit more tangible. Like if you were going into like pharmaceutical or something, you'd want chemistry, not math, right? If you were going into, say, Wall Street, you'd want probably business administration or something of that line, and not just, or economics maybe, and not just you know, math per se. You know what I mean? So what do I want to change about this? I want to change a lot about this. I feel like there's a lot of this I want to do. Well, I guess this is fine. I don't think I need a lob handler. That just seems like overkill. Okay, Sniper, thank you. Well, thank you for stopping by. and have a good day. Have a good rest of your day. XO off visualization mapper. Okay. Data retrieval failure exception. Okay. Oh, why is that though? So this should be... I hate how they code these things. Annoy me. They do it to annoy me. Oh, it's the mapper, so I can't... I mean, I can, but I have to... Never mind. Leave that way, I guess, because that's why they have this in the constructor. Get rid of that. Treating modules. Your client repository. Find by ID. Why? Okay, so it wants that in order to see that it found a registered client. That's why it's doing that. That's fine. Hey, Shin. Welcome. How are you? On there. Okay. Take a look around. How did the fonts go, Shin? Everything going well? Got some minor good news for you. Oh, cool. Cool. That's awesome. Doing some tweaking, eh? Yeah, I am I've been testing out live space right now. In addition to everything else. And it's it's not quite as bare bones as Caffeine TV, but it's certainly not much beyond it. Though they do have an interesting part of their business model, which I don't know if that's how that's going to work out for them. They've locked their analytics, channel analytics, behind a pro subscription, right? Which is an interesting way of going about things. So basically, I think you get like super basic stats, and then if you want actually more analytic stats and stuff like that, about how, you know, how many users you've had, where they've come from, and all that stuff. And you got to pay for it, which is that's an interesting way of going about it. It's like a really dumb idea. Yeah, it's. I mean, I'll give them the +1 for trying something different, but I don't think it's gonna work out so well for them. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of a weird. That's kind of a weird thing with streaming services, right? Is like if you make the streamers pay for stuff, they're going to go somewhere else. I feel like, unless it's just I don't know. I mean, I wonder, like, if Twitch were to say tomorrow, we'll give you 30 more emote slots if you pay us $5.99 a month. Would any streamers actually do that? There's probably a few. But would that ever actually work out? I don't know. I don't know if getting your streamers to pay for stuff on the platform that I mean it does kind of help out their community a little bit because their community has more access to stuff. But I don't know. It's kind of a strange thing. You know, the analytics I think wouldn't work, but like something like that has an effect on the community, maybe, or maybe you have built-in overlays on your platform, like, you know, like something like a pixel chat or whatever, but you pay for those overlays. You know, maybe there's you know, one or two of them that are free, but then there's like some of the nicer ones you pay for. Would streamers do that, maybe? Or not? I don't know. That's kind of it opens up an avenue of questions that I'm not sure what kind of, you know, what the feeling would be on that. It's a different way of looking at it, I guess. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of streamers that are like, hell no, not for me. But then, you know, there might be others that are like, yeah, you know, I'll play for it. I mean, we know that there's streamers that pay for, you know, bots to boost themselves. And I guess in a way it would be kind of a pay to win thing. I don't know. It's weird. It's I can't determine if it's anything that would ever like work out properly or not. Or would you just get so much backlash that it wouldn't be viable? Right? Like you know, Livespace has the luxury to be able to test these things out now because it has almost no community, right? But if you had a community and you started to do that, I wonder how that would go over. These are the crazy thoughts that invade my existence at times. Get lob value. Parse map. Parse map, get lob value. So that's why they're doing get lob value. Column metadata, get blob is. Ugh. There has to be a better way to do that. Like, isn't there a... Well, we know everything is hacked. So Still hurting from trying to recover from the move from Glimish to here. I don't know if I could really support an additional move. I might pick up YouTube in order to add videos to my channel. Yeah, I think YouTube at a minimum is a good thing. I mean, yes, Kick has VODs and stuff, but the nice thing about YouTube, the thing that YouTube always brings to the table is discoverability of those VODs, you know? Not too many people want to watch the whole thing. But there are plenty who will stop by and look at segments and move around and jump around in them. And having them organized into playlists and all that stuff is quite nice. So, you know, I don't know. I think at a minimum, doing those two. I've seen a couple people doing Kick and TikTok live streaming. Although I don't know if you can only live stream on TikTok for like an hour or something. I don't know if it's limited how long you can go on there. That's been an interesting experiment. I don't know if doesn't go. Oh yeah, you can't do TikTok. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's that's a weird one. I don't know. No, it's I always like just testing, trying things out, you know. As long as it doesn't require too much in the way of changing a lot of things around. But I'm generally happy with Kick right now. I do want them to fix a lot of the problems. I know people have been having problems with the chat today in particular, not submitting things, and there's other random stuff that just kind of needs to or should get done, and want them to get their API out there sooner rather than later. But generally, it's generally I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it as a primary platform. You know, you wish they'd add clip editing to VODs. You missed some seriously clip-worthy parts. Yeah, I think the clipping is definitely something that we really need on there. I feel like they need to do something about the homepage, because every time I go to the homepage of Kick, I feel like I want to vomit. You know what I mean? It's just like they really need to put like some kind of a better rotation of videos in on there. Like have a rotation of videos that's actually relevant to the kinds of things that I actually watch, rather than, you know, what it is right now, which is shitheads and bikinis, you know? Yeah, exactly, Shin. Yeah, it's I would rather that carousel be streamers that I'd actually want to watch. You know, like Kick should have enough information now to know like what kind of streams I like to watch, like gaming streams and all that stuff. It should be able to just serve up more of that, you know. Or up the occasional gaming or a music stream. Yeah, or I mean, or just make the whole thing be, here's your recommendeds, you know? Here are the things we recommend for you as someone we have some data on, you know? Yeah, exactly. You don't have to promote your millionaires, your self-made millionaires, you know? Especially if I'm not going to watch them. If it's someone if it's someone I would watch, then that'd be kind of different. But if you have clear data showing that I'm not watching them, then what is the point of your homepage at that point? You know? It's just like, just give me somewhere, just give me recommendations that are more attuned to what I care about. Right. Exactly. Yeah, I think having personalized recommended channels is very important. It's definitely something I think they need to get soon, because their homepage is not doing them any favors right now. I feel like. And I saw that security thing that went out on Twitter. Like, oh, we found all these security flaws. I'm like, did you? Because I read it and I was like, you didn't really excuse me. You didn't really go into too much detail. For someone who supposedly is a security researcher, you didn't really do too much research. Oh, I was able to get a pinned message to pin. Oh, good. Did you check it in a second browser to make sure it actually pinned to other browsers, and not just to the one you're working on? You know, there was no mention of it, you know? Oh, their CDN has publicly available stuff on it. It's like, well, yeah, that's what a CDN is. The cache of publicly available assets. Yeah. It's like, I read that whole thing and people are like, oh, this is, this is a really big deal. And I'm reading it and I'm like, is it? Because I see a whole lot of nothing burgers in here. You know? And that was the other problem too, is that they spent a lot of time in that security write-up talking about how they hate gambling and they hate, illegal, how, stake is behind all this and it's illegal and all that stuff. I'm like, that has nothing to do with the security stuff that you're supposed to be talking about. So I'm getting a hit piece kind of vibe from this thing, where you're just trying to spread some nonsense, you know. And then when it comes down to the actual substance of like the security flaws that you apparently found, suddenly you gloss over some really important pieces of it. Like, is it replicatable on multiple browsers? Are you only affecting yourself? You know, the pinned message thing, you have to be a moderator on the channel to be able to even do that. And is it actually affecting other people on the channel or not? You know, the chat message thing where you can make your message look like it came from somebody else. Does that actually only happen on your, does it only show up that way on your chat window, or does it show up that way on other people's chat windows as well? They never said, you know, like, well, thanks for nothing. And also the whole like, well, we couldn't get in touch with them, and then they tweeted back like, guys, we have a whole Twitter support user that you could tweet at. We've got a support email you could have emailed. You know, it's pretty visible. So who knows anymore? A lot of that nonsense going around. And it's always funny how quickly, like, Twitch has got it down to a T now. They know exactly how long the drama is going to last before it dies down. Like, they made all those changes and generated all that drama. And, oh, funny enough, it all died down just in time to sell out TwitchCon in Vegas. Wow, that's just amazing. It's almost like they freaking know how to manipulate their own audience. You know? Just like, and nobody really sees it. They don't see what's going on. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just like, what the hell, man? Did they ever really actually address the problem? They just said they would. But did they actually? You know? And then they still snuck the whole no multi-streaming clause in there. You know, a few people found it, but not enough to make a stink about it. So they pull off that freaking smokescreen so expertly anymore. It's just, I just can't. It's like, if you're a platform that is truly about your creators, then you're not acting like you're truly about your creators, because you're just manipulative. What do we got here? Column metadata. Column name. Isn't it just RS get blob? It's not really even a blob. It's I mean, it's a blob in the original definition of it, but it's really, you want a cloud coming out of there. You want character long object. Why did they even do this freaking check? It's so asinine. So you get the club, right, for that column name. Your whole goal is to get a string out of it, right? So character stream. It's a reader object being the club data. Right. So you just do club auto closing the reader, probably. Yeah, no, the reader probably is. So I probably do, so you just do like try reader club dot get character stream. All right. And then it's is this not auto close? Oh no, it is. Just takes IO exception. Okay. So you just return reader dot. I have to read the whole thing, right? read into a buffer. The writer reads all characters from this reader and writes the characters to the given writer in the order that they are read. On return, this reader will be at the end of the stream. This method does not close either the reader or the writer. Usually closed. So if I do a string writer, reader, and then string writer, string writer. Reader, transfer to writer, and then return writer dot to string, right? Or writer dot write, I write a string? No. Get buffer. Oh, string buffer. Okay, I can do that. Get buffer dot string. Turn null there, and then do logger unable to read value of column name okay. Logger equals logger factory logger list. Okay. Okay, so I think that will do what we want in a more reasonable fashion. Nice code value. Okay, has text. New instance fires at parse map. That's just reading. That's just reading JSON then. Okay. Device code. Builder build. Yes, just going through and just building this all up. Claims metadata. Name of the metadata used for the claims of the token. What is that? Metadata.token.name? Or metadata.token.claims. Claims of the token. Guess that's fine for now. Yeah, because that's OIDC stuff. So what little I've used with OIDC, I think that is supposed to be the way you do it. Because that's claim is coming from the OIDC server. Or in my case, I'm sending it out. So I got a bearer token. And state. Used in authorization request and authorization response. Okay. Object mapper. Is there a reason I'd have to... Object mapper, object mapper. Weird. Is there a reason I have to constantly read up an object mapper every time? Feels like I mean, creating an object mapper itself isn't time consuming, but like adding all that other crap to it, like it would be. But maybe Spring is caching a lot of that. So I don't know. Just a client mapper. Try that for a second, and let's do client. Let's do authorization. And then, what's the other one? Parameters mapper. Do OAuth to authorization. Client. I think for this mapper, I didn't even bother with that. I just said params. And we're done. So what I want to look at is authorization parameters mapper. Off to authorization is what it takes in. Okay, so I can probably take this whole thing, whole method here, and do it right. I want new class XO off to authorization parameters mapper. And parameters mapper, okay. Right, so then paste this in here. And we'll make this not be crazy. Get params. We'll return a off to what did I call it? A hex OAuth authorization code. Hex OAuth. Bojo. Yeah. Bojo, Bojo. New heck. Bojo. Boom. And oh, let's go in there. That is just sitting there. Why did I go back to auto? Like it's refreshing and putting me back into automatic mode here. Not what I'm looking for. Okay. And that's there. It's still working. Everything looks good over here. Okay. Had like a little. You up there? Hey, Papa Gio. Welcome. How are you doing? Way over your head. It's, you know, it's development. You know. What can I say? It might be interesting to just kind of, it's one of those things where, you know, there are days I wish I was good at like doing something that didn't require some knowledge, you know what I mean? Like if I could just make a sculpture or something. You know, you can kind of sit back and enjoy the making process, because at the end of the day, you don't really need to know how it's made. You just kind of can see it happening. But yeah, unfortunately, this is all I know how to do. Let's see what I have here. So I want to do Mojo set ID. Set registered client ID. Principal name. Authorization grant type. Yeah. Authorization grant type. Value. Alright, authorized scopes. We can do Pojo set authorized scopes. That. Right map. No, I'll need to bring the right map over. I think I know what it is. Just like a simple little thing here, right? Yeah, it's actually writing the values as string from the object mapper. Which I didn't actually set in here yet. So private object mapper object. And I guess, does it need all of the other nonsense? Probably. Yeah, it probably needs all this crap. So hey, it's Morph. Am I auditioning for Livespace? Well, I'm trying out Livespace. I'm trying out just to see what it's like. I'm mostly just multi-streaming my development streams. I'm not doing the game streams yet, but I'm just kind of giving it a whirl, see how it's doing. That's all. As far as development goes, I'm just writing code for fun. Not anything. It's not like a job request or anything like that. It's just it's more of me just kind of doing what I do, what I like to do, what I enjoy. So I'm not like trying to like say, hey, hire me. I've already got a job. I've already got a day job. Am I looking to sell the website, or was my end goal on this? No, my end goal is to, I mean, right now it's, all my code is open source. It's out on GitHub. My end goal is to just put together a product that is decent, it works, it's secure, hopefully it performs, and just kind of put it out there and just have it as an open source project. I mean, it'd be great. I eventually, I need to do a little bit more work to try to make it easy for people to pick up development work on it, but I'd like to, you know, open it up for more development from other developers who want to do stuff. But yeah, I don't, as far as like having an actual site, I figure that's not really that's not my forte, my wheelhouse. So I'm more of a, development is just what I do. It's just what I know. So I figure if someone stumbles upon it and says, "Hey, I have a business plan and I want to use this and go do it," and I'd be like, "Go ahead, knock yourself out." You know, you want to, you know, it's open source. If they want to bring their own developers in and make their own changes to it and all that stuff, go for it. In fact, they could even take the whole code base and close it off, close source it for themselves and customize it. I don't care. I'm just doing what I'm enjoying right now. I just get like I did a little bit of development for Glimish while it was still a thing, and I found it very cathartic because it was, you know, I've complained for years about the way Twitch does things and the way, you know, this, you know, streaming site does things and that streaming site does things. And when I was actually there able to like make some changes to a site that was actually real, at least for a little while, it felt good. It felt like I was actually doing something, like instead of just complaining about the way things are done. So this is kind of me doing a little bit of that, you know, just kind of like, yeah, I could do what I could do. Wouldn't I make it closed source and sell it to a company or something? No, I'm not. I don't have any interest in selling it. No. I just I've put it out there under a BSD license, right? So, you know, it's out there. It's out in the world. If someone wants to take it and then close the source off for themselves, but still, there's still the open source project, then that's fine. You know, I don't see any value in trying to sell that as an IP kind of thing. Now maybe that'll change if I come up with something crazy new and awesome that no one else is doing. But I kind of doubt it. Yeah. That would take a level, because their lawyers would have to get involved, and I just don't. I just don't have the mental wherewithal to deal with that. I'm more happy to just kind of be my own thing, do my own thing. Plus, I'm also hoping at some point that I have other projects as well that I kind of want to do at some point. And I'm hoping to get this project to a point where it's so far along that I can kind of maybe one day out of the week do a different project entirely, and just kind of bring stuff in that way, because I would really like. There's a lot of things I would like to do, and more for just an entertainment purpose than anything else. So, yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. But I you know, I'm also in a position where I can do that. You know, like I have a day job. It pays really well. I don't need the money, so I can just kind of do stuff like this. You know, is very, you know, very blessed to be in that position. Map to SQL. Map to SQL parameter. Was writing a map. Map to SQL parameter attributes. So what does that do? What is that doing? Map to SQL parameter. Where are you at? Oh. Oh, it's just doing a get byte value. Blob thing. I think column metadata get data type. Oh, right. With the value. Oh, if it has text, then write it as a blob. Otherwise, basically just write the null. Okay. I mean, I don't need that for my purposes here. I can let Spring do what Spring does on that. So let's see here. Yeah, so then this just is the equivalent of Pojo. That's that attributes. Authorization get attribute author for okay, state. Okay. So Pojo set state to state. Looks like. Yeah, authorization state and then state equals authorization state if authorization state has text in it. Sure, okay. Use SQL parameter list authorization code value authorization code metadata. So that one is token column name, token value, token, and then issued and expires at. Let's pull in all of that crap out of there. So I want I want this, but I want it as a parse token. What I'm gathering there. So this here. And why does that T extends, oh right, T extends OAuth to type, right. So parse token. And what I want to do is return I guess I'll have to return a map of the stuff. That seems like a pain. That's equal parameter. Token expires. Token value. Metadata column name. Token column name. Token value. Basically, I'm just pulling this stuff out. So, be the best way to. There really isn't no easy way to do that, is there? So it would have to be. I mean, it's easy enough to pull this stuff out, but then I need to know where to put it in the Pojo, and that's the weird part. Is where do you put that into the Pojo at? Because there's going to be a couple different tokens that we're looking at. So yeah, I think the only way I can do this is to bring is to just create a little sub class here. Token public not public class token parsed token or token Pojo, and this would have this stuff. All right, and then Right. So how that's the Finnair. Then source. Alright, getters and setters. Okay. I'll leave all of this pretty much alone. I don't need the token column name or the token metadata column name. Just need the token. I'm going to return a token Pojo. Then down here we do token Pojo, new token Pojo, Pojo dot set token value, Pojo dot set token issued at token expires at, and then metadata. Right. If we do that, which means I can get rid of this. Move that up there. Alright, so where are we at here? So we want to do parse token. This is the authorization code. All right. And then I'll just have to manually put those into the thing here. So Pojo that authorization code expires at which is a timestamp, and this is a date, so I should probably make these date. Now, yeah, should make those, or yeah, no, I should make those. Everything's consistent through here. There you go. Means this will be, instead of timestamp from, the date from. And date and date. There you go. Now we're a little more consistent. Alright, so we get this. Mojo set authorization issued at execute at that authorization code metadata. Metadata. Position code value. Value. That's it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 or just 4 properties? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. Same thing down here. First token. This is the access token. Should be able to go like so. And just change this to this code. Access token. Ah. Got that. The go. Boom. All right. We got that in there. What else? Parameters. This token type, so Pojo. Access token type is that. That access token scopes. Boom. Knock those out of there. And token Pojo. Parse token. See. OIDC ID. Okay. ID token. Wrong thing. Also, I'm taking the wrong parameters here. I just realized. There we go. That's a little bit better. And that's there. This is refresh token. Alright. Fresh. This is what happens when you consistently name your parameters. Make life slightly easier on yourself. Ever so slightly. Alright, so I'm guessing this is just user code. Yep. Damn it. The wrong thing again. And I have that. Copy this. Boom, okay. Now we're making progress. We got one more to tackle there, right? Yeah, looks like it. Cool. Cool. Mojo. And our token. Boom. Copy. Paste. This would be just device. Yep. And then big old return Mojo. Alright, so translate all that nonsense from Spring nonsense to something that's a little bit easier to deal with. Plain old Java objects. And then we just have to get the DAO squared away. So, how do I have it up here? Can I do anything crazy up here? Probably not. Up and so we have position row mapper. And the parameters mapper. Okay, so here so we'll need a private hex auth to authorization mapper. And a private parameters mapper can fire up right now. And then in here we do, or actually, we do it in the, they do it in the constructor, right? Register client repository. My registered client repository. Do I already have that? As a bean? I feel like I do. Security. I do have it as a bean already. Registered client repository. So I don't need a constructor at all. I can just grab that. Private, registered client repository. Wired. Okay. Good. Oh, I guess well, the constructor will have to do the auth mapper, right? Is that what's going to tell me here? Row mapper. Yeah, now it's setting it to that. Visualization row mapper. Okay. Fine. Fine, we'll do one. Public go off to position down. Yeah, that's fine because it doesn't have to. I have it registered as a bean, but it's as long as I don't take any parameters in, we're fine. So, and I'm not. So this, that. Auth mapper equals new text. No. Off to authorization mapper client repository. Alright, so those are set up. So then what? Save just tries to figure out if we're going to insert or update existing authorization. update authorization. Inserts everything. Update just does this portion. Copy that. The private static final string updates. Cool. Yeah. That. All right, so that's the update. So I want to say update. What was the name of the table now? Go off to authorization. Set all these, and these are going to be. Question marks are going to be replaced with the actual names. I'm going to say registered client ID. This full name. Authorization grant type. Authorized scopes. Attributes. State, if I could spell it. Authorization code value. Authorization code issued at and authorization code expires at authorization code meta data token value. This token issued at this token expires at token metadata token type this token OIDC ID token value ID token issued at. Expires at. And ID token metadata. Refresh token value. Refresh token issued at. Expires at. Hey, Mytho, welcome. Welcome. Refresh token metadata. I think I got the database migration scripts working from the command line again. There was some things I think I removed at some point and forgot that I removed them. So if you take the latest from the repository there, you should have an updated POM file with the small changes, 2 small changes to it. There's other stuff in there that I'm also getting rid of that I was testing with, like cargo and all that stuff, but it's not out. I haven't pushed that out yet, so but that'll get, that's that other error message that you were getting was coming from cargo trying to deploy stuff. I think so. I just kind of got rid of that because I'm not using that right now. Cargo is kind of another. Cargo is kind of sorta. It's a poor man's Docker, basically. Cargo will take if you've pulled down Tomcat to your local machine, Cargo will take over that Tomcat and deploy stuff to it. So it's kind of the same thing, but it's a little, there's a few more steps involved. So I just I'm getting rid of that. It was something I was taking a look at for like integration testing and stuff. But now that I see that Docker just kind of does that stuff better, I'm gonna just ditch that and just go with the Docker stuff and try to get everything Dockerized for a little bit, for ease of development, hopefully. So eventually, I want to get some of this. I want to get some more progress on the OAuth stuff here, and then I'll jump back and maybe Monday I'll do Monday night stream. I'll do the Tomcat stuff. Try to get Tomcat into Docker and all that stuff. Kind of jump back and forth and try to get a few different things in shape. I also updated the README with more accurate a more accurate command right now for doing the DB migrations. But we'll see. It would be super cool. Like I've never in the 22 years I've been doing, not 22, in the 20 years I've been doing Java stuff. I've never had a project that had this much stuff kind of working out of the box, sort of. It's always been like, all right, now you brought your build down, now you got to bring all these other things down, you got to go tweak this and tweak that and tweak this thing and tweak that thing. And I've been trying my best to just get everything in the build such that you know, I'd like to get it down to at least like as close to one command to run or two commands to run as I can, and have everything just kind of just take care of itself, right? So, I mean, hell, even like, I mean, you saw the Glimish stuff. Like, even that was multiple. You had to do multiple things to get it running locally. You know, so it'd be nice to just have something that's just almost sort of, you know, does what you need right away. Kind of put you something that puts you in a spot where you can like just kind of start developing and not have to worry so much. Yeah, I know they had a Docker. I think there was one person, I think, using it. But I think they were using it for they were deploying like the they were deploying their own version of the site, I think. And I think they still are with the BusyBox or whatever that other thing is that they worked on. Yeah, I just kind of brought everything down in Windows subsystem for Linux and just kind of just did it manually that way, because that kind of kept everything separate from all my Windows stuff. Because I could just you just bring Ubuntu down in that and just run all the apt-gets you need to do, and it's a virtual machine at that point. So that was kind of nice for just keeping that separate that way. But at that time, I didn't know. And I mean, the database wasn't even that difficult either. Because in Ubuntu, you just say, like, give me a, you know, apt install Postgre, and it pretty much does all the hard stuff. And then you say apt install pgadmin, and boom, you just go into pgadmin, and you've got everything you need at that point to get it up and running and get the and I guess you don't even need pgadmin. You can just use psql on the command line even too. But yeah, that stuff was. But it's also nice to just have it work without even putting having to put any thought into it even. The other thing is too, a lot of the properties, I think, I haven't tried it, but I think the properties loader in Java now accepts default values when you define properties. And so a lot of the things in the properties file right now for like the prod.properties and all that, I think I can just define defaults in there. So even if you don't have the environment variable or you don't have the secret keys properties file, you'll just get default values for a lot of the stuff like database name and all that stuff. I think so. You need to copy paste bugs. Yeah, I'll do that too. Just to, I'll put an example up there of what it should be, and I'll just put dummy values in for the spots that, you know, like passwords and all that stuff. And then you can just copy paste it. That is a lot better than me just saying, oh well, copy paste the prod and do this. I was just concerned that the prod properties would change a lot, and then I'd have to keep updating the README. But I guess it's probably good practice to keep doing that anyway. Because it, you know, you don't want that to get out of date either. So code value, user code issued at user code expires at code metadata nice code value nice code issued at device code fires at device code metadata where ID equals ID. There we go. That's the update. Update SQL and then private static final string insert SQL. The insert, I can spell it, insert into OAuth to authorization S values formatted string utils join columns with a comma, and then the other one is string utils join camel case columns with a comma. Boom. All right. We have those. A private boolean update, which will take a OAuth parameters mapper. And did I bring in a named? No, I didn't. Okay. Named parameter ABC template. I'll wire that up, and here we do int rows equals named parameter ABC template update with yes, string SQL, update SQL, and then new bean property SQL parameter source map. There we go. And then return rows greater than 0. Private boolean insert. Parameters mapper equals named parameter. Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome, Mytho. Awesome, 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 awesome. Yeah, for some reason I think I did it on purpose, and then somehow I don't even know. I don't know if it was ever really working or not. But I wasn't copying over the resources over to the target folder. So all the like migrations and stuff and the liquid-based properties just wasn't getting copied over the target folder. So when it went to go find it, it couldn't find it, and that's what was going on. So yeah, hopefully that's good now, at least from that perspective. Then theoretically you should be able to run a Maven install and then move the or drag and drop the war file over into Tomcat and have it do its thing. See what happens. I mean, you had it. I know you had it partially running at one point, which is actually kind of cool that it was even partially running without the database being filled out. So that's good stuff. Register page is still broken. I need to change the log location so you try to figure it out. Oh. Yeah. It might even be a legitimate break too. Like I might have. It's possible I broke that page and didn't realize I broke the page, the register page. I need to get the unit tests together. I've been faltering on that, and I need to get all those JUnit tests written. Like I have the test framework there, and I have the skeleton of tests. But I need to actually like have real tests that actually work, or that actually exercise something. That's why I have that second database too, because what I'm doing is I'm going to have both unit tests and integration tests, and the integration tests are going to run against that hex test database that it creates, and that'll run like it won't automatically run integration tests. I think you'll have to like say you want to run them, I think is the way I'll have it set up. But once you say you want to run them, then it will actually write records to the database to give it a real test, rather than because all the unit tests are mocked out. The database connection is mocked out, so it'll go through the motions, but it won't actually write anything to the database, which is good because you can kind of like, it gives you a way to really test things like in various scenarios without worrying about cleaning the database up when you're done with it. But it's also bad in that, like, you know, if I wrote bad SQL somewhere, we wouldn't know unless we had an integration test that actually exercised the database, which is where the integration test suite comes in. I have tagged in there. I've been looking at ways of doing that. I've never, like, I've done unit tests and I've done mocking before. I've never set it up where you had both, where you could do both. In fact, most of the tests I usually write were like integration tests because I want to make sure that the database is getting written to correctly and stuff. So this will be a first for me, having like both sides of that coin, which I think both are legitimately a good thing, especially you know, the mocks come in handy a lot when you're mocking like third parties and stuff, because eventually I'm going to be doing, like right now we got the Gravatar avatar stuff, which you can mock out. I mean, it's not, there's no problem there. But I am eventually going to integrate with ROG.io for the game, you know, to be able to have an updated game list and all that stuff, and have it actually update itself on a routine basis, so that, you know, and have all that in the database and stuff. And so that'll be a really good spot when the integration testing will help a lot there too. So, or not integration, the I guess integration technically you could do too there, but the unit tests will help there, because the one thing that bothered me about the way Glimish was set up was that there were tests that would always break because they required you to have, like, the stripe tests would always break because they would require you to have stripe credentials set up. And not everybody needs stripe not every dev is going to need stripe credentials if they're not working in Stripe, right? The same with Twitter. Not everybody needs Twitter credentials if you're not working in, like, something that's doing tweets, right? So by having that mocked out, in theory, all those tests will run regardless of whether you have the necessary API access or not. It'll still exercise as much as it can. And then if you do have the API keys, you can run the integration tests suite and have it actually do real tests, you know, out to the APIs and things under your dev, you know, umbrella. So trying to get, like, the best of both worlds there at some point. It's kind of nice. It's rare that you get to be able to like have, like, a blue sky kind of scenario where you can, like, have all these, you have the time to do all these tests and put all this stuff in place, and it's kind of nice, I gotta say. We're going good there. It looks like that's still working. It looks like there's a lot of delay on Kick. I wonder how much delay I'm actually getting there. Because I was with multi-streaming. I'm testing out live space, and I made a change where I was doing B frames of 0, and now I changed it to B frames 2, which seems to have fixed kind of the wonkiness that I was seeing on live space a little bit. But I'm wondering if that's having some sort of negative impact on Kick now, because it looks like potentially Kick is pretty far behind. We'll have to see. How that's going. Just from what I'm seeing here. But anyway. Always be testing. Always testing. What I'm doing. Alright, insert SQL and then new bean properties, parameter source, mapper. There we go. And then here I want to say if registered why is that not showing up? Oh, client repository. If client repository why can't I do exist? Oh, wait a second. Oh, because it's I'd have you doing find by ID for that stuff, which is kinda silly. Yeah, I added exists here, which is a better thing. But wait, is it find by ID or find by client ID? Let me make sure here. It's find by ID. Alright. Alright, well then I'm gonna do it as go off to client repository DAO. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it that way. It's hidden any behind the scenes anyway, and then I can do this, and we can say authorization, get ID, then do an update. Else insert. And I wanted to do parameters mapper. So param was it X off to wait, that's what am I doing here? That's the wrong thing. It should be XO off to XO off authorization Pojo, what should be not the mapper. No, go off. Pojo. Equals. Param mapper dot get params. There we go. That's a bit better. That's a little bit better. Then removed. They have a update remove authorization SQL. You change the log location, but when I run Maven compile, it doesn't rebuild the file. The file is, where did I put that? Log back. Where do you exist at? Source main resources. Oh, I actually have scan equals true on this. So if you you don't necessarily have to recompile to change the configuration on here. If you can find the logback XML under the web apps webinf lib classes or webinf classes, I think. You can actually change it right there, and every minute it'll rescan for changes and make the change that you asked for. It's under. I don't have it deployed here. It's definitely under target classes, which translates to, I think, webinf classes on when it expands it out under Tomcat. It says nothing to compile, even though I changed the HTML and Java files a little. Oh, well, yeah, but that's fine. It's not. It doesn't have to compile the. It doesn't have to compile the XML. It just has to copy it over when it makes the WAR file. So, it's fine that it says that. It's just. It should. It should hopefully copy your changes over into the WAR file, and you just have to redeploy the WAR file, maybe. Hopefully, I would. You can dig into the WAR as well. The WAR file is just a zip file, so you can, if you have like 7-zip or something, you can actually just open that up and look in there and see what if your changes made it into the XML file that's there. I don't think that would know about the changes. I build the file to the project, and Tomcat directory is. Yeah. I was saying if you go to your Tomcat directory, where your files are, where the WAR file was deployed under web apps there, you can probably find it there. Unless you've got Tomcat set up in such a way that you're deploying directly from your source tree, but I don't think you have it set up that way. I'm surprised it's not generating logs for you. I wonder why that is. Now yeah, it should be it should check every minute by default, to see if there's been changes to the file. Now, I don't think it'll tell you that it's rescanned it either. You just kind of have to give it a minute. Actually, it probably would tell you, but you don't know where the log's at, so. It's a catch-22 there. probably this. Almost definitely this. Catalina base. This should work though. Like I went online and looked and people are like, oh no, put Catalina base there, that'll work. Like, seems like it is. Because it should resolve this to the environment variable called Catalina underscore base. But it seems like that's very, very missed. I'll have to figure something out with that. I don't know if I can do... I don't know if I can do absolute directories or not in there. You control F you and find it anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. That's strange. I wonder... Under your Tomcat installation, the logs folder, do you have a Catalina.out file in there? Which is like basically Tomcat dumping everything out to the standard out goes into that file. So in the absence of like a logging framework, everything will go into there. Because that's standard out. That's what standard out is like remapped to when Tomcat runs. Assuming it even made it, sometimes it doesn't even make the file. You have a Catalina.date and a hex log there now. Okay. Right, but that's that just means it didn't find the logback configuration. Because in yeah. That just means it didn't find. It means it didn't find the logback configuration file, the logback.xml file. For some reason, it should find it. It should be on the class path, but it didn't. And so it just dumped all the logs out to standard out, which gets redirected to that file. There might be a clue in that file as to, like, the logging framework that I use, Logback, is usually pretty good at, like, telling you what's wrong. So it might say something. Catalina. The Catalina. Oh, you do have a hex log now. Oh, well, I guess the hex log... So then, if the hex log is there now, then... that should be, the correct log now? That means it read the logback XML? Hopefully? Does it just say hex.log without a date on it or anything? I guess the other stuff would roll into the archived folder, so I guess you would only have hex.log. Hex.text? Okay. Yeah, does that have anything in it? I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why that's where I got the text from. Oh, unless you changed it, I guess. Maybe you changed it to hex.text. So it's mapped to Notepad. Just fine. Oh, okay, it's a log. File Explorer just showed it as a text. Lots of errors in here, though. Make sure you're looking at... Check the dates on there and make sure you're looking at, like, the latest. You might have to go to the... Yeah, you can ignore the email related stuff, yeah. Although on the registration page it will try to send an email out. But it should not fail. So if it is failing, then I have to fix that. That's a bug. Because it will try to send out, like when you register a user, it'll try to send an email to say, hey, verify your email address. But if that's not configured, or if that breaks, I think I ignore the error. I just log it and then continue. But if that's not happening, then I gotta fix that, because it shouldn't hold you up from registering a user. Like if it can't send an email, there could be any number of reasons why I can't send an email. And rule of thumb, I would start from the bottom of the file and go up, because the bottom is the most recent errors. Otherwise, you might end up looking at an error that is not really a thing anymore. You know. So we got update here. What was I? So that's the client registry. So over here, parameters mapper. Oh, that's right. Remove. It looks like it does an update to... Oh no, it does delete from OAuth to authorization where ID equals blah. Okay. Huh. That's straightforward enough. Removes that ID. Authorization get ID. And we have the normal find by ID and find by token, where it tries to find by every single token. User code, device code, refresh token, OIDC, access token, authorization code value. I mean, I guess that if token type is null, I see, it tries to figure out. I I guess theoretically that is safe. But in practice, I don't think I want to do that. In practice, I think I want to require that you have state code, token value, ID token, refresh token. Yeah, I think in practice, I want to force them to tell me what token they have and not support an unknown token type. Is all that for OAuth? Yeah. All that is for OAuth. They've got authorization codes, access tokens, OIDC tokens, refresh tokens, user tokens, device tokens. Yeah. They got tokens, all the way down. And like I said, I could use, I would be already done if I used the out of the box stuff that Spring comes with. But I feel like by doing it myself here, I can kind of tweak it in such a way that I only allow certain things to go on. And I'm probably, maybe, possibly saving myself some time later down the line by doing it myself. Okay, so we gotta do the remove. So I don't need to do anything with that. I just can do the delete here. All right, so string SQL delete from OAuth to authorization. Hey, say Lord, welcome. How you doing, sir? Doing good, hopefully. OAuth to authorization. Where ID is blocked. Go. And I need to bring in the regular old JDBC template. What is going on with this? Oh, it's actually frozen. I thought the song was really quiet, but no, it actually froze trying to play the song. Weird. Very weird. Private the templates. There we go. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, ba boom, boom. Template. Okay. We're doing a. I don't actually care if it these or not, which is okay, but sure. JVC template update, and we'll do SQL and authorization. Get ID. Let's say if authorization is null, return. There we go. There we go. It's going good for me. For me, Lord. Going pretty good. Having a good, nice coding day here. Getting some stuff done. Getting some progress. Maybe not necessarily getting things done, but getting progress anyway. Which is always a good thing. dealing with just doing authorization stuff. Trying to get set up where I could have a mobile app, the framework of a mobile app going, where it can actually log in from a mobile app to the site, and then that would also enable third-party stuff as well. So that's what I'm doing. Mytho has been so kind as to help me out testing like whether or not my instructions to developers on how to get the development environment set up actually work, and he's found a lot of stuff that I need to work on as far as like making it very easy to set up a development environment. So I've been working on that stuff too, trying to get all that going. So good stuff all around right now, I would say. I am kind of winding down a little bit though. I want to maybe I'll probably go for a couple more minutes and then skedaddle, getting hungry and all those things. But yeah, it's been good. It's been very good. Find by ID. How do they do the find by ID? They just, like, literally just a find by ID, right? Yeah, find by ID. Okay. The token that takes a little extra oomph to do. So this would be okay. So I want to do private static file string get by ID equal select %s from auth to authorization where ID equal that formatted string utils join column names with comma. I'll replace the %s here with all these column names with a comma between them, and that'll be good. And then I could do, this would be list auth to authorization. Result is ABC template query ID SQL new, what was it, hex auth to authorization mapper and then ID. I have to give that. Don't I have the authorization mapper here somewhere already? Yeah, I do. The auth mapper. Say mapper ID, and then util tool. If not results is empty, return results get the first one that came back. Otherwise, return null. Find anything. Boom. Okay, and then the token thing. Looks like it's going after OAuth2 parameter names. The token type get value. I'll do switch token type that get value. All right, case is eight here. And then in that case, what do we do? Wait, what? Oh, return by... Oh, I see what's doing. Return find by state filter. State equals blah. Okay. Okay. So I'm bringing everything back by 8. How do I make this not be so arduous? I guess I could do... I can just dynamically grab the stuff there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. Go here. I'm gonna say private static final string add needed columns. Put that here. The only place to update, remove. Oh no, here it is. I was like, I knew there was another. the hell? Why not? I guess I didn't copy that. There's that. So here we're going to do private string get equal statement for filter, and I'll just say string column. All right, and then we'll say grab this. Turn this formatted animated columns, and this is an S here, animated columns, and then column name. Column name there. Okay. So we want to do, I guess, first of all, if token type equals null, return null. Equal here, we just say equal equals get equal statement for filter, and then state. I wonder if all the OAuth 2 parameter names are scope state code. Oh no, because they have different. All right. I was gonna say, does it match up with the column names? And the answer is nope. Parameters. Array list. Oh, I see. Hey, Speed. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you today? Oh, so what do we got here? Alive. Long night, eh? Let me switch to, let's try that here. There we go. I have that. So at the end of all this, I want to do list auth to authorization results equals ADBC equals BC templates query equal auth mapper and token. All right. Okay. And then if not results empty, return results get 0. Otherwise, return null. Right, so that's taken care of. So this is this break here case. And then the next one. Code. For filter. And what one did it put in there for that? Authorization code value. All right. That break case. Access token. Funny how. And maybe this is just my own preferences, but it's just funny how my code, when lined up with the what is that? Oh, parameter name. Both do. Why token type there? Well, my code compared to Spring's code looks so much cleaner. This token value here. Access token value. I'll do parameter names. Oh, wait. Oh, really? They swapped it up to where it's the token type, access token equals token type. No wonder they did conditionals here. I didn't even notice that. Alright, well that's annoying. Should include a code that shows a false error code when people try to stream if they're using ViewBots. Yeah, right? Or it redirects them to their own special category. I was talking to Shin earlier, so I'm testing out live space just for my coding streams, just to see what it's like. And they have an interesting idea on their monetization stuff. They have a dashboard, right? Where one of the sections of the dashboard it's called Insights. This is the streamer dashboard. And it's supposed to give you all kinds of analytical insights about like where your traffic's coming from and all that stuff. But it's a pro feature that you have to pay monthly for as a streamer. Everything else you get for free. But the analytics you gotta pay for, which I thought was a weird way of monetizing the streamers. So now I thought, like, what would be something that would not necessarily be, well, I guess everything would be kind of pay to win, but what would be something that that streamers would actually pay for. Like, what if Twitch tomorrow said, hey, if you want 30 more emote slots, pay us $5 a month as a streamer, and we'll give you 30 more emote slots. Or, hey, we're gonna start doing overlays like pixel chat and all that stuff. We'll give you like 1 or 2, you know, cookie cutter overlays, but if you want the really cool looking ones, pay us, you know, $10 a month and you gain access to the really cool looking overlays. Right? People would pay to not have ads on their well, but you're thinking of viewers. I'm thinking streamers right now. What would streamers pay for? I guess technically streamers would pay to not have ads on their page. I guess from that perspective. Like if a streamer could say, hey, if I pay $10 a month, I don't, you know, my channel doesn't have any ads. I could see that. I could see that too. Yeah. Yeah. I was just for shits and giggles, I was just like trying to think of like the various ways that Twitch could squeeze, or any kind of streaming service could squeeze even more, you know, wring even more money out of its user base. Because at some point you can't get any more out of the viewers. They kind of have to go to the streamer and be like, hey, you like streaming on our platform, eh? Well, you know, how about some money here? You know what I mean? Because I feel like that's the next, like that's the one thing that that's the one line they haven't crossed yet. But I feel like it's coming, you know? Twitch would implement a feature where you can pay a fee to appear on the homepage. Well, they did that, but the viewers had to pay for it, which was kind of weird, right? But if they had done that and made the streamer pay for it, I bet you they wouldn't have had to turn it off. Right? So that's a thing. That's a thing as well. I mean, we could even look at something even more basic. Would you pay Twitch to actually have access to your to have actually have access to a Twitch resource, like a not paid support, but you know, what do they call them, the partner managers? Would you pay to have access to like a partner manager? You know? Oh, totally. Oh, totally. It's pay to win at that point. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but you know, I don't put it past them to try something. I mean, they'll try something and then they'll do what they just did, right? Which is they'll announce something wildly unpopular, and then just before, you know, and it'll be just far enough out that it'll completely die off before TwitchCon US, and now suddenly they've sold out, you know, like they've sold out TwitchCon Vegas, right? It's like everybody forgot that, you know, there was a big controversy, because they've got it down to a T now, where it's like they know exactly when to announce something that's going to be controversial, where it will drop off the radar in enough time for them to still sell a shit ton of tickets, you know? It's just one of those things. I feel like they're going to try it at some point. I don't understand how that happened, considering past. Yeah, everybody wants to get their. Everybody wants to get their. You know, their backs broken in a foam pit. You know, they want to get their workman's comp money from Twitch, or it's not even workman's comp. It's like whatever comp, medical comp from Twitch. Found the problem with the registration page. It says it's located in template registration, registration line 9. Okay, let me look at there. Template. Registration. Registration line 9. It's likely username. Validate. Oh, you know what? I bet it's on username validate. That's interesting. Create. I added the generate password button stuff over here on registration form without really testing it, which is my goof. So it's likely it's actually legitimately broken with because I did the generate password button on the change password page, and I just copy pasted it over here to the registration form because it'll be needed there, and then I didn't really test it. And by didn't really test it, I didn't at all test it. So it's likely that is actually broken in some way. Below that is an issue with no binding result nor plain target for bean user model. No binding results for user model. So it's having a problem in the controller then. User registration controller. So create. So it's got the user model. Validate. My guess is the validate is failing. Oh, when you were creating your user, did you give it a crappy password? Because you now have to not give it a crappy password. Like if you just type password 123, it's not gonna let you get away with that. Oh, you couldn't even get to the point where you could start to like you came onto the page and it immediately gave you an error and no fields. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I thought you saw fields on the page and then tried to save and it didn't let you. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Then there's something fundamentally broken there. Let me see. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's go. Let me just commit what I've got, because I'm on a branch, so it doesn't matter if the branch doesn't build. Yeah, it shows the error banner and username required in red. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me see here. Team commit. This stuff here. More off. Yeah. Okay, good. And out there, let me switch back to the master branch. Cool. Okay, and then Object clean. Let's get this running here. All right, and then start. See what we got here. Here. All right, so I'm logged in. Let me log out. Do register. Just 3. Oh, is it? So it immediately gave you an error as soon as you came onto the page? All I see is username, required field, nothing below that. Yeah, okay. Okay. So what would cause that? Well, obviously, it's having a problem loading the page. So, and this is new. This password field is new. I copied it over. So, what would be causing that? So it's in here when you're doing this. Because this is the only thing that's run yet is the flash. So if model doesn't contain the attribute user model, then I add it. Send an image. Okay, let me grab that on the other. I don't have Discord on this machine, but I can look on the other one. Yeah. Do you have the can you take an image of the error, the stack trace that you're seeing in the log? Just a partial. You don't have to get the whole stack trace in. Top couple lines. Okay, let's see what you got here. Template registration, line 9, column 90. Markup parser. Bring input general field tag processor. Oh, the legal state. This is what you're saying. Neither binding result nor plain target object for B name user model available as request attribute. So it's telling me that user model is not, the variable user model is not in the model for the page. And what's interesting about that, how is that happening? Because I do have this conditional around it where I say if the model does not contain the attribute user model, then create it. So that's weird. That's pretty weird. And then this user model matches up with this up here, this th object. But also, wait a minute. Am I... I am missing something here, though, I think. Password... No, here it is. Th field... Password. Creation, autocomplete, new password. Blah, 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 blah. What's weird is I mean, I do the same thing here. I got username, which is coming off the user model. But it's saying... yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, that it is below the username part. Because that's what I'm... it's like, how did it manage to render that? It didn't. I'm also thinking... I'm wondering if fields is not set. Well, fields has errors username. I mean, no, this is definitely set because this is a Thymeleaf thing. I'm saying fields. Is there an error on username? That should be there. Oh. Model. Weird. I wonder. I wonder if it's only an error when there's no... when there's no users in the database. Let me see here. From author, from identities. Let me try something. Truncate table identities. Cascade. Okay, so now I have no users in the system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut the server down. And do another project clean just for the sake of argument. Alright, and then we'll start. Alright, so I come over here. We're back to this. Go register. Yeah, no. Strange. And then did it actually display? Did it actually display the field for you? No, so it didn't display the field even. It displayed just the label. So it actually failed part of the way through rendering the username field, which makes more sense. That means that because that would be the first time it would access the user model. So it got as far as this, and then when it came down here to process this tag, it blew up. Probably with this, because it's trying to look for username and user model it couldn't find. Oh, you're accessing over HTTP instead of HTTPS? That might. I think I actually turned off HTTP for myself. That might have an effect. It'll definitely have an effect with the copy paste on the generate password. I don't know if I have 8080 running or not. Oh, I do. No, it's working. You have it going on port 80 though? Instead of 8080? I mean, that shouldn't make a difference. .8080 just happens to be the default. There doesn't happen to be any, that's where the manager showed it? Okay. That's weird, because 8080 is usually the default port that it will do. There's no, like, if you do a developer tools, right click and do the developer tools, there's no console errors or anything. JavaScript console errors, right? Is that there might be a clue there, like maybe there's a header that I send that's causing problems. Nothing at all. Okay. Huh. Weird. Very, very weird. Do I have, oh, I'm using Chrome here. Not sure why that just now appeared if I had it open before. Huh. Yeah, I have Chrome here. I don't have any like uBlock or anything like that on. This is like vanilla Chrome. You don't have like any like ad blocking or, I mean, it shouldn't do anything, but if it is doing something, it'd be good to know now. But you're getting an actual error. Yeah, see, you're getting an actual error in the back. You're getting an actual stack. So it's gotta be something else. It can't be the browser doing it. Oh. Do you have allow cookies on? Because I issue a session cookie, which keeps all those variables in a session, like a JSession ID cookie. Without that, nothing's gonna work. Or at least nothing's gonna work very well. Where's the application? Yeah, see, I have the JSession ID tells me what server session you're using, and that's where I store all the details about the users that came in, like the like variables that I just need to know who you are and who you're not, like if you're anonymous and all that stuff. You have a JSession ID in the request? Okay. Well, that eliminates that. Hmm. Hmm. You tried incognito and it's the same issue. Okay, so it's definitely not a browser thing. It's definitely the backend is not happy thing. But what would cause that? Yeah. I mean, it's saying that user model doesn't exist. Or at the very least, it can't find... So when it's trying to process the username here, it can't find a username field under user model. Which usually means it's null. And so it probably, like, internally threw, like, a null pointer exception. But why would that be null when I specifically do a check for it? Like, how would that get into that? Oh, I'm saying, does it contain the attribute? Oh. Oh, somehow user model got in. Somehow the user model word, the variable, got into the model, but it's null. And I just check to see if the attribute's even there. I don't check to see that it's not null. Which is that's probably the problem. So if I do and model dot get attribute user model not equal no. Right, so I'm saying if the attribute's not there, whoops, not and, to be or. If the attribute's not there, or the attribute's there and it's not null, then don't replace it with a fresh model. This is really just so that when we post back to the page, we post back with a model. And this is just to make sure that I don't overwrite the model with a clean one. Now, so what I'm trying to do here is whenever there's a form an error in the form, like you didn't fill out a required field or something like that, I send you back to this page, back to this controller function. And in here, I've set a user model already that has all of what you submitted already, so that when I send you back to the page, it doesn't clear out all the fields. It has all the fields that you filled out. So you only have to fix the one field or two fields that you didn't do right. And this if is just to make sure that if there's no user model, the whole goal here is if there's no user model variable in the model, make one, make an empty one. So I'm saying if there's no variable in the model called user model, then make one. Or if there is a user model variable there, oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah. If that equals null. Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't doubt you. I had to think it through. I had to talk it out. So you're right, yeah. So it's an or. If it's not there, or it is there but it's null, then just create one. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry, Mytho. Okay. So that should theoretically fix that for you. Although I have it's not happening for me, so I can't test it. I can at least test that it's not breaking for me now. Let's see what we got. It's Maven install. We have that project clean. And then clean this. That. I still don't know how you got into that particular state, but if this fixes it, who cares? Right? Like, I mean, it's a state that could have happened somehow. I don't know how we got into that state, but it was still a legitimate bug. You know, I'm not going to argue with it. Alright, so register. So it's not any worse than what it was, which is good. User 1. Copy that password. User 1 play. User 1 name, we'll say. 1. And we'll say XP7 DCCH. Yep, account created. Okay. I don't know if so the login page that it sends you to afterwards, I don't know if that's going to work. In fact, I think this doesn't work. I think you still have to click the login button. Or not. Okay. Is this login button broken? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I think you have to go back to the home page and click the login button. I gotta fix that other page. It broke when I made the modal, and I had to do some weird stuff in the background. There we go. User 1 name. And then, oh, wait, this is, no, hang on 1 second here. Let me, I wanted to try to log in as this with that. That's not how that works then. Weird. I would have thought it would work that way. I guess not. Do that. And then let me see. Seeing the same issue, the log file hasn't updated to modified by date either. I'm gonna delete the work folder. Okay, yeah, and delete the temp folder too. 49718. Okay. All right, that's a little bit better. Oh, what do we got? So I wanted to save this here. Let's go log out, log in. For one, that log in. Have user one here. No, that's the thing or not. Let's edit. Yeah, it's definitely different. Alright. Save that just so I can get in as my test user here as I need it. Okay. Yeah. I hope that works, because I don't know how else that could be. No. Oh, I guess, oh. Wait, you're getting a system error on the page, right? That's what you had on your thing? No, you weren't getting, were you? Wait a minute. Let me look at the... Yeah, you were getting a system error on your page. So... Okay, so I know what's going on. So what happened was something in here, probably with the image captcha or audio captcha, failed, and it never got to this line to give you a user model, and so it breaks when it gets onto the page. That's what's going on. So it's probably the captcha that's giving you the problem. And my guess is, I think I have parameters you have to set for these in the secret keys properties. I have to remember here. Where did the capture service? Capture, was that true, or was it just self-contained? Builder, capture service. No, maybe I'm lying. Maybe it's not. I guess I'm lying. It does. It looks like everything is hard coded here, but it feels like that would be the thing that's giving you a problem. There's definitely like an error happening in the controller, and it's not finishing out the controller. The string. I am logging stuff though. Like, I'm logging stuff as error. But it could be that's the encoded image, audio. Unable to convert audio captured data URI. Could be either one of those. Yes, these are just builders. I don't think these would be failing. It's got to be the get encoded image or get audio capture. What do you think it's a good way to choose a path to hire a developer to work as something like a pair programming? What red flags to be looking at? For paired programming. Communication is a... Hey, Daniel. It's going good today. How are you doing? For communication wise, Pedro, I think is the most important thing when you're doing pair programming. Like, you need to be able to talk to your pair, right? You need to be able to communicate with them, and you need to be able to ask questions and not be afraid of seeming like you don't know what you're doing, right? Struggling with your Discord bot you're making, but you're coming on here to take a small break. Hey, awesome. Pull up a chair. Yeah, it's like pair programming only works if both people, like, the way that I've seen it, you're always kind of paired up with a mentor. And I don't know if they've done it differently where you have like two juniors paired up. I've always seen it where you pair a junior with like someone who's more senior, and they can kind of act as a mentor to them. But the thing with that is, if they're not willing to, if they don't feel comfortable asking questions of the mentor, or they think they're distracting them, or they're being a nuisance, or something like that, that could be a problem to look out for when you're like... Usually when I've interviewed people, we usually have like a combination of hard skills that we ask and also what we call soft skills. And when it comes to like a paired programming situation, the soft skills tend to be the more important ones. So those are the things like, you know, how well do you play with others? Are you too, like, can you, what's a good example? Are you too, I'm trying to think of the words, but there's been developers in the past where they are very, let's say, headstrong, and they get their mind set on something and they don't want to hear alternatives. Even though at the end of the day, they find out that they really needed the alternatives kind of thing. So they end up wasting a lot of time spinning their wheels on something that someone could have helped them with. Obstinate. Yeah, there you go. So that's one thing. That's a big red flag. If you've got someone who you do that all the time. Well, yeah, but we're talking paired programming situation. Like if you're like hiring an individual developer, that's not necessarily someone who's going to be independent and work on their own. That's not necessarily a red flag. It is something that could become one if they don't mesh with the culture of the company. But if they otherwise mesh with the culture, then that's not generally that terrible, right? Because it means they're going to go off. They might waste a little bit of time going down a blind alley, but they'll come out of it 9 times out of 10. They'll come out of it knowing more than they did when they went in, right? We all need our blind alleys from time to time. It really depends on. It's a combination of trying to figure out like how they work, but the other thing is. Is to try to get a sense of whether or not they actually enjoy writing code, which is a very hard thing to try to get in an interview. I used to ask like the kids out of college who were coming in for interviews. I used to ask them like, do you do coding on your own? Do you have pet projects that you work on? Do you do you read a lot of stuff? Is there a particular subgenre of programming that you've fascinates you and you constantly seek out more information about it, kind of thing? Something like that. Is none of that is like a deal breaker, because you don't have time to do stuff on your own. You don't have time to do stuff on your own. It's that's the way it is. Not everybody is single and can do whatever they want. But in a pair programming situations, the worst thing that could happen is you have someone there who is just there for the paycheck, right? They're not trying to learn. They're trying to just do whatever is necessary to get paid at the end of the day. And the reason I say that, and I specifically say that for a paired programming situation, not for an individual. Individuals, you find plenty of technology people who are just collecting a paycheck. That's, when they're individuals, you can kind of shove them off into a corner and give them, a couple breadcrumbs and still get some kind of work out of them. When they're in a paired situation, it's a little bit more difficult, because it's likely that either they're not going to get anything out of the paired programming, meaning they're not going to do much, like the senior that they're paired with is going to do most of the work, or at that point you're paying 2 people for something and getting only one person's work out of it, or the reverse. The senior is busy doing other things, and the juniors just kind of twiddling their thumbs a little bit, and they're maybe making a little bit of progress here and there, but now suddenly everything takes 4 times as long as it should take to get done. So yeah, I mean, those I think are like the 2 things that I would look for I don't I don't particularly like pair programming model. There was a consulting firm that we worked with at one of my previous positions that insisted they do pair programming. So when the company hired them on for a 6-month gig, instead of paying for, 4 developers, we had to pay for 8. Because they insisted. I can tell you we didn't get the work of 8. In fact, when they were done, we had to rework a lot of it. It just wasn't, we could have offshored it and it would have been in a better shape than it was when we got it from them. And they were like experts. This was like a consulting firm that was well regarded, and we got pretty crappy work out of it. So I'm not a huge fan of the whole paired programming thing. I'm more a fan of just saying, like, look, you're going to have a mentor for your first year or 6 months, whatever makes sense. And that person is just going to be available to you whenever you need them. And they're going to be doing their own work, and you're going to be doing your own work. But they're under orders to help you. The work that they're working on is important, but it's not as important as helping you, essentially. And then that way, it's the thing that I've always told, like I've mentored a lot of programmers over the years. And the way it usually goes is they get stuck and they get nervous and they start like, oh, I don't know what to do. What do I look at? What do I do? What's going on? And that first week is like, they'll come to you immediately and be like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. And then you got to kind of sit down and be like, all right, let's talk to me about what's going on. Let's go through it. Like, oh, but what does this mean? What does that mean? I'm like, well, let's sit here. Both of us, we're going to sit here. We're going to do a Google search. We're going to look on Stack Overflow. We're going to do this stuff. And I would run them through the stuff that I do. I'd be like, look, you're coming to me for answers, and I'm going to go on to Google, right? And my whole goal was to get them to understand that it's okay for them to go search. It's okay for them to go do a Google search. It's okay to go do Stack Overflow search. It's okay to take a little bit of time and just kind of think it through. And it's okay to, after having taken a little bit of time, to then be like, all right, I need more input. My whole goal with mentorees was to get them to a point where when they would eventually come to me and ask questions, they'd be like, look, I've looked at a few things and I could do it either A or I could do B. And I'd be like, all right, now we can discuss the merits of both A and B, right? Instead of, I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going on. What day of the week is it? That's completely different. That's not helpful. But coming to me with options that you've looked at and you've vetted, well, now we got a useful, dialogue going on. So that was always my goal, was to get them to that point. But that first week and a half, it's just like they're there every 5 minutes. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just kind of getting them used to you, getting them used to the fact that they're allowed to go, to do things. And the one thing I always tried to emphasize to them was, look, I might be, and this was like when I was an architect, I was like, look, I might be the Java architect, but I shouldn't be the only one making a decision, right? Like, if I'm the only one making decisions, then the system's only going to be as good as I can make it. Whereas if you guys come in and start coming up with solutions for things, then it's as good as everybody can, which is going to be a lot better than what I can make. And so I kind of tried to impart that as much as I could on them. And it, by and large, after, 2 weeks or so, they were usually working pretty independently, and then they were just hitting me up when they were really stuck or they just didn't know. Like, there's sometimes, I've told them too, like, there's times when you just don't even know what to search for. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Come on over. Let's see if we can figure out what keywords to search for, right? And it's just that, I was just kind of getting them used to the fact that they're not expected to know the textbook. They're not expected to recall everything from memory, You move that modal code up, it partially loads now, still have caption. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think, like this, if you move this up outside the try block, it probably is fine. Like, the page probably loads for the most part, but there's something going on here in one of these lines, most likely. And there's probably something in, hopefully there's something in the log, to tell you what exceptions going on there, Mytho. I'm not sure which one's having it. Could be the audio one that's having the issue. I have had occasionally a problem with the image thing. But the audio thing was one that kind of uses some low-level stuff. And I don't know if maybe that's giving you the error. It was using the audio system down in Java X sound sampled audio system. Wow. So I wonder, oh, that's a Java X. I wonder if that's not even provided in some JDKs. But anyway, my bet is that there's probably something here when it's trying to make the audio captcha for you. And it might be that I can't use audio system because, although it's working for me on Linux, which is interesting, because I'm using OpenJDK over here, whereas on Windows I was using the Sun JDK, the Oracle the Oracle JDK. So maybe there's something there. I'll have to investigate this a little bit more to see if make sure this is available everywhere, because maybe that's what's tripping you up. Anyway, but thank you again, Mytho, for doing all that work and helping me test out whether the development environments work and all that stuff. I really do appreciate it a whole lot. It helps to have someone else just kind of walk through it who has no preconceived notions and can kind of tell me where I've stumbled. I currently work with a Minecraft server. It's a big one, and like when bringing someone to the team, I always have that little fear of the person not performing, and also having to do a vouch because all my past experiences with other developers was the same thing, usually not performing. Yeah. But I think you're probably dealing with, and this is the hard part, you're probably dealing with developers who are doing stuff in their free time, I'm guessing. or maybe they're just like rent-a-coder things, you know, from like rentacoder.com or whatever, you know, where they just kind of they're doing it as a side gig. And that's always a hard one. Like, I don't know how to work with developers on that basis. That's something that I have to learn too. Because it's, you have deliverables and you have timetables, but you're working on someone's free time and you have no idea when anything's ever going to get done or get migrated. And a lot of times there's just problems with communications, right? Where you just can't, you try to communicate with them and they just ignore you, or you can't get any kind of information out of them about like how long something's going to take or something like that. Yeah, that's a hard one. And you're also probably dealing with the fact that, like, because it's a Minecraft server, you're going to get developers who are even more lackadaisical, because they're going to figure, oh, it's kind of a, you know, they kind of have all the time in the world because it's just it's a game thing versus like some kind of corporate gig kind of thing. It sucks, but it's unfortunately the way things go sometimes. Perception is a lot of it. Yeah, I don't know. That's a difficult one. I can't. I guess the best thing you can do there is try to find someone that is very communicative and reliable as far as communication goes. They may or may not be reliable as far as like delivering stuff, but if they can at least, if they're not afraid to tell you that they don't have anything to deliver, that in and of itself can be a good thing. Because it's the worst when they don't have anything to deliver and they keep telling you that it's one day away. Tomorrow it's coming. Oh, it'll be here next week. Oh, it'll be here next week. Trying to get a realistic time frame is hard, and trying to estimate too is hard. I still struggle mightily with estimating how long it's going to take me to do things. Luckily, my boss is pretty forgiving in that regard, because there's been plenty of times where I've told him, yeah, I'm going to get this done today, and then 3 days later, I'm still working on it. But, there was always a good reason why. It was never I'm just slacking off kind of thing. It's always been like, oh, I got pulled away by some other fire to put out or whatever. But yeah, we all struggle with that same one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's one of those things. You try to do your best, but it's a science. It's art, actually. That's what I try to say to people. Like, there's a lot of, we might be considered computer science. Like, I might have a computer science degree, but a lot of what I do on a daily basis is more art. It's like, how do you estimate something that is intangible? How do you pick which way to go with a feature? How do you make it so that users don't have to click one button instead of 4 buttons? How do you lay out a page in a way that makes sense to 99% of the people who are going to look at it? All that stuff. You know, when's a good time to do something? You know, should we upgrade our, database this time around, or should we wait? Well, we've already done a couple different upgrades. Should we pile more onto there, or should we, just go with what we've got and make sure that it's tested? Because if we pile more stuff on top of it, that's more testing, and are we giving ourselves too much variability? There's always that balance to try to strike as you're trying to do things, and that's more the art side of things, I feel like, than the science, really. Oh boy, it is 9:30 my time. I have not had dinner yet, so I think I need to do my thing here. Little things that don't come up till they come up. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So, okay. We're gonna put a thumbtack in this today, and I will be back Monday night with some more programming. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are my gaming nights. So Tuesday and Wednesday we'll be playing more Dragon Quest 11, and then Thursday we'll be playing more Oceanhorn 2, and then Friday night we'll be back to the coding stuff. So that is the schedule as I know it right now, my friends. And Saturday, I think next Saturday I'll probably be yeah, I don't think I have anything else going on next Saturday. So next Saturday will probably be the longer coding session again too. So there we go. That is what I've got so far. Let me make sure I stop this container. We're all good. So behind the curve in all these games, yeah, tell me about it. There's a lot going on. And I haven't even touched like Baldur's Gate 3 or anything. I have it, but I haven't even touched it. I've been waiting because everybody and their grandmother's doing it, so I'm kind of like, I can hold off for a while. Honestly, I want... September comes around, we got Starfield, and Starfield is going to be my mainline game. So I'm trying to like finish the two that I have going here, so that by September I can jump right into Starfield and give it both barrels, hopefully. So we'll see on that one. But yeah, that will do it for me for tonight, my friends. Let's see, over on Kick, is there anybody live right now that I can host? Yeah, Geister there. Let me... I don't see... It's a shame. I thought Kajazi would be playing tonight, or doing his coding tonight. I haven't seen him pop up in a while. I wonder if he's not on Kick anymore. Oh. Alright. Well, I think I'm just going to let you guys go and let you disperse on your own for right now. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out with me and keeping me company and asking great questions and all of those things. And I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening. Morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Who are you and how did you get in here?
I'm the locksmith. And I'm the locksmith.